2 character challenge. Get started in 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, so, once again, we cannot do anything in battle besides pass our turn until we get rid of these thieves. So we're gonna need some things for these thieves to do. I will, get my regular weapons for the fighter and red mage, but those are gonna be rapiers. For our thief, we just need something that we can use to waste a turn here, and that's fine to use cloth armor for that purpose. As for our usable characters, we're going with chainmail armor. It's got 15 defense. It's really, really good. In the early game, it's gonna drop off after a while. You just don't have as much value as you would like long term. But this has got to be fine. And this could be one of the greatest research breakthroughs ever achieved in the history of the Agama Research Society. I know that you know, that we all know, that the Agama Research Society is tirelessly hard at work uncovering new properties of the Agama. And just now, thanks to all the hard work being done by the Agama Research Society, thanks to viewers like you, we have learned that Agama artifacts illustrate the importance of writing down what this thing does. Now, somewhat tragically, we do get our 5 imp first strike. Every time that you play the game after having beaten Chaos and watched the credits all the way through, it'll always be this particular encounter for your very first battle. But we are going to have to wait because we are getting these thieves killed off first, and that's going to take a little bit of time. Just, I don't know, a good half dozen more rounds of thief pummeling, and then we'll be all set. Hey, well, Tonya, welcome in. Thank you much for the good wishes there. Now, there's a 75% chance the thieves are targeted by the imps, so we got a really, really good probability that we're going to have not too much damage on our back characters by the time that we wrap this up. But just in case, I did buy a tent so that we get 30 healing to the fighter and red mage after this. And I don't know if we get level 2 even with another pack of imps coming up here. It's going to be probably pretty close. And because this is not the randomizer, we're not getting a whole bunch of experience from these early game fights. It is actually a really slow process getting early game levels. That's a big part of the reason why it is very tough to come back from how much slower of a start that you have early on, even if you have a late game situation where you get experience and certain parts of the game get much faster. These F plays, I mean, if the thief survives, which it won't, I suppose we would go and dispose of it ourselves. There we go. Down to our fighter and red mage. We are down to party. We've got 5 imps and a garland fight to get through. There's also probably going to be a ghoul come up. I feel like we are better off taking the ghoul battle and seeing if we can get the experience there. It is kind of sketchy because with only 2 characters, it's really easy to get paralyzed, and that would be kind of bad. Would be our first battle. Nice. Now, let's see what order it put us in. Hey, it didn't even get the correct party order. I'm kind of surprised. There's a lot of bugs with how party order works in this game, and, well, it can get kind of creative at times. Cool, first strike, how rude. Well, This is going to certainly hurt things a lot. See how much damage did we take? We do have chainmail armor, so it's reducing it quite a bit. But every little bit does hurt, because Garland is going to hit pretty hard, even through chainmail armor. 15 defense is maybe like half of his attack. All right, there we go, level 2 picked up. I was too cowardly to save my 10 till after the goal. It's fine. Garland. He is getting knocked down here. I think this run's going to be, I'm going to guess, between 5 and 5.5 hours. It's not based on anything. It's just I feel that it's going to be probably like an hour to an hour and a half longer than if you had a full complement of characters. And this is assuming everything goes really well for getting through some of the big bottlenecks. You could easily get stuck in a spot for a little bit and have a really tough time. Given that with only 2 characters, you don't have a lot of options for how you change your party around or go with different strategies. You really, if you get stuck, are probably going to end up either going to repeat something a lot of times, just get lucky, or get a lot of levels. Those are kind of your only 2 really good ways of solving problems. That is our start. Let's head over to Provoca here. We shouldn't have any real problems with pirates, even at lower levels. Because in for a lot of things, the fighter and red mage are just going to be carried by that chainmail armor until we get to things that do a little bit more than 15 damage. That'll start becoming an issue when you fight Kaizakus and ogres, which are going to be the bulk of our money coming up here in a bit. The other kind of issue is that the way that running works is broken in this game. And having a dead character 2 slots below where your character is going to impact our ability to run quite a bit. It's not going to be horrible. Like, you're going to still have probably like a 75-80% chance of running, but it's not going to be nearly as good as the 99% that you normally have for the late game. So I think we might have more problems with like the random encounters and things, just because running is going to be tougher. Early game running is really tough for a while. Radar DLX. We will do our best to get an airship here as quickly as we can. But there may be some overwhelming difficulties in an early airship acquisition. Ooh, creeping. Creeping just got a bit harder. I mean, I'm going to still try to do it. I might not try to do it. That's a lot of damage. Jim's going to survive for another turn here. Hopefully get to go before the creep does, and then we only have to deal with 1 creep here. Alright, that's a little bit better. It's going to go before the creep in the next round of this, or if creep attacks down. That works too. I believe we're set. You can try to get creeps, you can get ogre fights in here. Like, there's a few battles around Provoca that, if you want to try and get a little bit more resources coming into the town, totally doable. But for the most part, we're going to be focusing on getting Kaizakus and ogres after we get the boat picked up. Pretty good time to go and fight Bicky next. And with any character besides fighter and red mage, you're going to be definitely taking a ton of damage here. Even stepping down to the wood armor, which is going to be your best option for a thief. A black belt probably still best option because they're not going to be over level 4. That's going to jump you up from like 1 damage on a pirate hit. Sometimes 2. all the way up to like 12 to 13. And with critical hits, yeah, you'll still get hit even with chainmail armor on, but for the vast majority of these, say they're the critical for 15, that's kind of the big exception. You're going to be more or less totally safe. Well, assuming Dan knows how to use a sword, and that's probably not a good assumption. Picked up. Step number 2, Bicky is down. I've got a couple options. I can go over to Dwarf Cave, grab the cast. It'll be basically getting a good amount of money for some of the weapon, spell, armor shopping done, but you don't really get a lot of experience in the process. So I'm thinking about just going right into Kaizoku's, and we'll see if we can survive a Kaizoku fight. I bet that if we have anything kind of somewhat reasonable for Kaizoku quantity, we should be okay. You know, 1's definitely doable. 2's and maybe even 3's we can handle. If it's 5 Kaizokus, then it could get a little bit touchy. But the great news is, if you power cycle the console, turn it off and on again, the very first fight on the boat is always going to be a Kaizoku fight. So we'll be able to get these battles really, really faster. Alright, 4 and a strike force. This is pretty reasonable. We're 1 level away from Jim having a second attack on the Kaizoku, then it gets a lot better. It'd also be kind of nice if we had the money to get Dan some spells. Ice 1 here would be pretty decent. You could probably get a fairly good Kaizoku battle with 2 attack fighter plus an ice 1 off the red mage. Hey, King Booty, welcome in. Thank you very much for the good wishes there. Jim's already in trouble. Now Dan's gonna have to do this solo. I don't know, 4 Kaizokus even with a first strike might not work out. Let's see if Dan can get 3 good swings in. Here's 1. Might even be able to do it with 1 more good hit right here. Alright. I think red mage getting levels is decent. You're going to get some monetary penalties because you are having to pay for the fighter's revive, but this is still progress, and again, because we can just recycle the Kaizoku fights so quickly, this will be a very viable way to get up to the point where we can actually start doing some more reasonable fights. Also be somewhat careful to not accidentally revive a thief. It would be very awkward. Alright, number 2. Could actually keep that going a little bit longer. The 3rd battle after Power On is also going to be a Kaizoku fight. So I can save some wear and tear on my console by resetting in between. It's a little bit faster to do it back to the first battle, but there are times we want to go further into the encounter cycle and sort of like, we'll see it a lot when we do the ogre grinding. But there's like 15, 20 battles from the start of Power On right around Provoker that are actually kind of nice. That's the magic plan for Dan. Dan is naturally magical. I mean, really, his enchanting smile is all you need. And often, it's all you get. Like with a top or a front loader for playing these games, a top loader is probably going to be the better choice for a couple reasons. It is after the point where they stopped really having a lot of investment in like the lockout chip and other kind of anti-piracy measures. And the consequence of that is that you're going to see for a top loader a lot fewer times where the game refuses to load or play or crashes itself because it thinks that you're playing on a fake cartridge. Many times a dirty cartridge can kind of trigger that behavior. And it's really kind of touchy to like figure out, like, is there a cartridge problem? Is there a console problem? Just not having to deal with that at all is a nice benefit of it. And also, in general, a lot of the kind of bugs got worked out by the time that you had the top loaders. The downside is going to be for like the top loader, especially like the physical stability is not as good. The top loader was a budget model. Basically, the modern consoles would be the slims, which they reduce the manufacturing costs and they cut down on some of the nicer peripherals and features and things. And for the top loader NES, that's got a couple of consequences. One is that, like, physically, the cartridge is a little bit more wobbly and prone to getting knocked around. So if you bump a top loader console, it's more likely to reset than if you bump a front loader console. And then also, like, things like the power buttons and the reset buttons, those are like mechanically a little bit cheaper on the top loader than on the front loader. And so it is more likely that they're going to wear out or they're going to have issues and just require more servicing. So those are kind of the big trade-offs for them. All right, a couple more Kaizokus. I think we're making some good progress here. I would like to get enough money for the fighter to get silver swords and iron armors, and the red mage get a bunch of spells, but it's going to take a while. And so these Kaizokus are really just going to get the basics out of the way, so that we have the minimum that we need to start fighting more interesting and aggressive foes. I feel like if you have iron armor, upgrade the fighter a bit, because you're taking a lot of damage from these battles, and then you get the Ice 1 spell on the red mage. Maybe get Lit 1 as well, so you have some more damage that you can toss out every now and then. That's probably what we need to start fighting ogres. Alright, Jim. It is kind of precarious right now, I am not gonna lie. Things are not looking great. But if you could just dodge like 6 more times, that would be really nice. Jim could not dodge 6 more times. But it was very close. That's why our clinic bills are very, very high. 800 gold will be enough for an iron armor. I'll have to go to Elfland to pick it up, which is a bit of a hike. So we can decide what we want to kind of push for here. I can also put Dan up front like this. And then we equalize out our levels a bit when Dan invariably bites it. I mean, in some ways, I'm pretty happy that we're getting a lot of Kaizokus in the fights. This is better than having a whole bunch of Kaizoku battles where you only get one Kaizoku at a time. It just takes forever to get anything built up for it. But being at the high end really early, I could get up to 5, but we're getting nearly consistently a lot of 4s. That's going to be putting a lot of pressure on these early fights when you don't really have a super firm grasp on being able to do these really consistently. Like in a level or 2, these 4 Kaizoku battles would be perfect. Alright, there we go. Jim survived. Jim's at level 4, so probably at this point we have a lot better chance of Jim surviving through future battles, even with nastier enemies. And we should have enough cash here that I believe we can go and pick up that iron armor. At 24 defense, it's going to be +9 over the chainmail. We can also get like the iron shield, pretty cheap. Throw on some more defense that way as well. We just need some ways to buff up our team. That means we need to go to the town of Elfland here. I'll pick up a Kai's Companion fight on the way because why not? AB71331, welcome in. Thank you guys for the good wishes there. And certainly hope you enjoy our challenge run here tonight. 2 characters. Gonna be very challenging at the start. Even though we got an easy time with Garland and Vicky relative to some of the other character classes you could pick. This particular party is gonna struggle very mightily. Going from basically a marsh cave all the way until probably they've got the airship. I think that stretch. Marsh, lich, ordeals, ice cave, commonly is pretty tough. But on this party, it's going to be even tougher than average. Let's see if we can get away with here. Each level does make our run chance a little bit better, but it's not until level 15 that you're going to start noticing that our running gets really, really good. Like level 1, 2, when you're going across the broken that first time, it is abysmally bad escaping. You have to really hope that you don't get a big pack of like imps, grimps, wolves, and girls can get nasty pretty fast. And we're going to hope that we get away from this really big ogre creep fight. If it was like ogre single creep, maybe you think about taking it. It's like right on the fringe of being worthwhile. But with 3 creeps, each creep is like a half ogre worth of danger, but only a third of an ogre worth of value. They're a pretty bad deal. Alright, 1 iron armor. 1 iron shield. That should be good for us for right now. I don't think the wooden helmet is going to add too much to this. It'll be 28 defense, nearly doubling what we had before. Get rid of this cloth armor that we had on the thieves as a short-term measure. Here's our first big upgrade. The silver sword would also be amazing, but the silver sword is going to be way out of our price range for a while. And combined with the fact that we also need to have the red mage get a whole bunch of spells, it's going to be tough fueling our early game. Even with 2 characters, it is a lot of stuff to buy. Ooh, 5 guys can go. Let's see Jim's new armor in action. He was taking a lot of 10s and 12s before. So now we want everybody attacking Jim. And it should be pretty much nearly impervious to Kai's attacks. So we go from Jim getting killed in like every single battle too. Jim can now probably tank this for long enough that even a 5 Kai's fight's gonna be no sweat. HC Bailey, welcome in. Thank you for the raid there. We are just kicking off a challenge run. This is the original version of Final Fantasy. We've got only 2 characters for our team. The rules are you get the fighter and the red mage, and that's it. We're not allowed to do anything until we got rid of the thieves. They're going to be taking a nap for this entire playthrough. Hopefully, you will be along to enjoy the ride. So I hope you had a great time watching HC Bailey. Welcome in. And welcome in, HC Bailey. Thank you guys for the raid there. Polygon 104, welcome in as well. Did Jim come all the way from Fairyland? He got a little bit lost. There may have been some bad directions. And don't worry, I assure you. Dan living is probably an accident. Go ahead and start getting some things that we're going to need for this red mage. I bet Fire 1 never gets used. Lit 1, I mean, because it doesn't really matter which of the 2 you have. You probably should pick one of them, though. And we get some use out of these first tier spell slots. I guess I'm just going to Lit 1. Fire one's good for undead. Lit one's good for aquatic enemies. It's a little bit better on wizards if you have to do like a silly tiny tap. I guess we'll do lit one then. Pick it up. And the other thing we can do is cure one, which is going to be like 2/3 of a heal potion. So this is decent to have around. You can buy the ruse spell after you get class change. It is alright, I guess. Ruse is going to be the equivalent of the defense storm. We only got one of those, so Red Mage needs something to help him out. We need a lot of tents here. Our intensity is going to have to be super duper high. But because we know what the encounter is going to be coming up, we don't need to worry about pure potions. That'll be pretty helpful for making it a little bit more economical. Pures can easily get you cash negative on fights, which is a really bad situation to be in. If it is costing you more money to do a battle than you get back in return, you are going to be in a lot of trouble in this game. Very soon. We'll be back in the town of Rilka, loading up an ice spell, and pretty much ready to fight ogres at that point. Hopefully we're at level 5 for the fighter. Jim was having some accidents earlier, so I think Jim is going to be just barely pushing level 5 by the time that we get back around. I might have to take 2 more Kaizers until then. But at level 5, we'll have a second attack, and getting a second attack is an enormous boost to our damage. I mean, to use pure potions was in the Marsh Cave. Yeah, the Marsh Cave is where Nintendo Power recommends that you have 99 pure potions, which is probably a little bit excessive. It certainly is the first time that you actually have to have some kind of planning and resource management, because up until the Marsh Cave, everything's been very shallow. Either you're on the overworld, or Temple of Fiends is basically like a couple of steps into a dungeon. Like, there's not really a lot of exploration there. You're going to be saved right outside. And you can throw it into the marsh, which is just packed full of monsters that have a chance to ambush you, and also a chance to poison, which you put those two things together, and you can have a lot of battles where it's like 2, 3, 4 characters poisoned coming out of it. So you use a lot of pure potions all of a sudden, which up until that point you didn't really have that problem. Now 99 is kind of ridiculous, but I would definitely say like getting somewhere like 12 to 20 is quite reasonable. But a good thing about the 2-character party, or if you're doing solo character challenges especially, is that you can only get a certain number of characters poisoned, which will drastically cut down the number of pure potions you need. Really, how far is Jim from level 5? 112 more to go. Okay, so that's like 4 more Kaizakus. We're pretty close. There's not a lot of spells I can buy here at 2nd tier. Temper doesn't work. Otherwise, that'd be a fabulous choice. I could mute Astos. That's one way that we could kind of make this work out, is that we don't have to deal with Astos' spellcasting. That might be kind of fun. Normally, you don't really think about doing this except with like a white mage only party. But I wonder if we could have a little bit of a quicker time through this section. If we only need level 6 to get our first lit 2 charge, maybe level 7 to have 2 lit 2s for the wizards. At that point, mute's probably still pretty useful, going right to Astos afterwards. We'll give it a go. Like, I was figuring if we had to do like pure damage dealing strats, like 3 lit 2s at level 9 might not even be enough. Thinking about what it's like with a bigger party, and you probably do like 4 lit 2s and a couple attacks to finish Astos off, and it's like, you're probably like level 9, level 10. Level 10 is when you get either the Ice 2 spell, it's going to be a lot more damage, or you're going to get Fast for the Fighter, which is another way to get a lot more damage. But that's a lot of ogres. So we might be able to do this quicker with Mute than by purely leveling. Is Mute one of those status spells where you need to be under 3 hit points for it to stick? No, Mute works purely as a magic defense check, and a lot of early game monsters are not going to be resistant to status elements. So it is based on just the accuracy of the spell, which is pretty bad, versus their magic defense, which is usually not great, but it's enough that it's going to be like maybe like a 1 in 10 chance. So we're going to need a lot of casts of it, but you save right outside of Astos. So this is like the one rare time where a boss fight is super easy to retry. And it's going to be basically never true again for the entire rest of the playthrough. Alright, are we ready for ogres? We'll see if it's ogre time. Got a couple of setups for getting a lot of ogre fights pretty quickly around here. Ogres are actually a not very common encounter, but you can take advantage of the fact that there are a lot of zone lines really close to each other near Perilka, and you can hop back and forth and grab ogre battles more frequently than you think. So let's see if this works out with this. We got the little fight. Alright, well, want to be down in the stretch then. I was one step short of where I wanted to be because I took too many steps on the boat before coming in there. I should have just stayed on the land the whole time. But this will be fine. We know what we're doing, mostly. What we're doing. It is fighting a lot of ogres. These things are worth just really good experience and money compared to everything else around here. And if you can manipulate them out so that you're just getting the ogres by themselves and not ogre creeps or other encounters, this goes really well. This is kind of the backbone of a lot of speedrun early game fights, is just get a ton of ogres until you have whatever you need to get through Marsh Cave. And with our short sword going twice, the better armor that we got over at Elfland, these battles are going to be pretty smooth. Up a little bit because otherwise we're going to get Roger in there, and Groger's going to be a little bit too tough for us right now. But someday. The Grogers will also be wonderful. And again, the way that we're doing this is that the overworld is pretty much a gigantic grid, and each grid cell has a set of encounters in it. And it just so happens that there's a lot of grids pretty next to each other, where you have ogres in various spots that don't totally line up. And so you can hop back and forth between the different grid cells, knowing where the battle is going to be coming up next, and get many more ogres than the naive rate would suggest. And what's even better is because we got 2 characters, we're going to get twice the normal experience, so the leveling happens pretty fast. We'll be doing Marsh Cave level 6. Level 7 I think would be better. Level 6 is going to be your first lit 2 charge, level 7 is going to be your second one, and I feel like a second one is going to be very, very advisable. If you had 2 wizards, you're probably fine either way, but 3 or 4 wizards especially is going to be really tough with only 1 lit 2. You're doing a very good roll on it. The other thing we need is a lot of money. Because normally if you're leveling up 4 characters, the amount of money that you're getting is going to scale with that additional amount of experience. And so we will get 2 characters. We're going to level up faster than we're going to get money over the course of the game. So it's actually a little bit tougher doing our shopping from it. This is going to become totally relevant later on when we have so much money that there's just like not even a practical use for it. But probably up until around Sea Shrine, money is going to be pretty tight, and that's going to be our limiting resource for a lot of things that we need to do. So now you have to figure out like what levels do you need, but also efficient ways to get those levels, and then is the efficient way to get levels going to be also sufficient to get you the money, or are you going to have more problems with your purchases because you level up too fast? Things that are ordinarily not really a problem. Elfland a good grind spot. The Geist there to the west, like once you first touch that mountain range to the west of Elfland, beyond that point is where you have the same encounters as you have to the far south of Provoca. So you either go down in the south here, which is a little bit to the east of where we are standing, or you go west of Elfland. Both of them are going to be pretty nice spots. Elfland's decent just because the inn is so close to the start of the town. You can hop in there really quickly and recover. Provoca is a little bit more costly for each inn trip, but the battles nearby are a little bit more varied. Hey Marcus, welcome in. It's going to be a solo gym run. I think Jim might need a little bit of help here. There's only so many miles that you can put on Jim's spleen before it just gives out. Oh, I didn't say I'd give Jim any help, just that he needed it. Yeah, definitely hope that you're having a great weekend here as well. This challenge run, I think, is going to be nice, cozy, and relaxing. Even though some of the mechanics are not particularly well understood for, like, what do you need for a 2-character party to really succeed at things, the basics are all going to be fairly standard and straightforward. The Fighter and the Red Mage are both pretty popular character classes for a lot of speedruns. The building blocks are there, and I've had a lot of practice with solo challenges recently. So going with a 2-character challenge is going to be more about trying to optimize things, make certain that we are doing it efficiently. But the techniques are things that we can kind of draw from a lot of sources, whether it's, you know, what we do with a solo character. Well, here's how you get through these difficult areas, or here's how in the speedrun you kind of optimize resources. You have more information than you typically would to be able to get through this. One more ogre over here. So it's gonna be all ogre for this grind. This might be a 1 ogre loop, which kind of unexpected. I was thinking it would be 2 or 3 of these, and I guess I'm just underestimating how big of a multiplier getting the 2x experience is. This is really, really nice for the early game, not having to go and kill a ton of monsters for these level ups. Best Cardinality, welcome in. Thank you much for the raid there. Hope you're having a good night. We have just recently started up a challenge run. This is the original NES Final Fantasy. We got only 2 characters. Our Fighter and our Red Mage are going to be battling their way to chaos tonight. And unfortunately for us, our Fighter and our Red Mage are Jim the Knight and Dan. So sit back, relax, have a good time. Hope you had a good time watching NES Cardinality's Zerkuber. Thank you much for the good wishes. NES Cardinality, welcome in. Thank you as well for the good wishes, and thank you much for the raid. Molly at 2112, thank you much for the good wishes. TNT Dynamite, welcome in. It's actually pretty close to being ready for Marsh Cave already. We're going to need to buy Lit 2 for the Red Mage. We'll see if we have enough money, and also for all of our supplies. I've got pretty much nothing for supplies so far, so cash may be our limiting factor here. And it'd be great for level 7 to pop around so that we have a second Lit 2 charge. Hey, look, it's level 7. Let's see, money-wise, 4,500, so it's plausibly doable. I think I will go ahead and get a second round of ogres, though, just to be on the safe side. We got mute for Astos, so we can do some nasty things there. And we probably need a lot of stuff for supplies. Normally I would get like 15 pures. I'm going to say 10 is going to be good enough for a while. The smaller team means that you just have fewer pure potions required every time you run into poisonous monsters. You definitely don't want to run out of pure potions in Marsh Cave, but getting too many pures here is draining some pretty valuable resources that you'd rather have in other areas, like heal potions. These are pretty good too. And yes, these are going to be purchased one at a time. By the end of the night. This song will haunt your dreams. Play more Dragon Warrior Randomizer. It's a really fun randomizer T-1. I think Dragon Warrior, the first one, works really well for the randomizer just because it is so simple in terms of the story. Like, there's not a lot of areas that you can go to. There's not a lot of quest items to shuffle around. It is going to be more about the combat and figuring out how you make progression. There's not like a tricky puzzle where you need to have a weird combination of items to be able to do a certain area in a different way than normal. Like, it's going to be a very different type of challenge compared to like a complex Metroidvania randomizer. And what I like about Dragon Warrior 1 is because it's a single character and a single story arc and not really a lot of complexities mixed in. It shuffles up really nicely in ways that the later Dragon Warrior games, because they tend to have a little bit more of an extensive evolution, they get a bit out of control quite quickly. But the song doesn't restart every time you buy an item. That would be the dream. It wasn't until Chrono Trigger and Mystic Quest in that generation when they actually had the ability to remember where in a song they were after you open up like a treasure chest or things. So like all of these early Final Fantasies, you get the first like 15 seconds of the music so often. Some more Kaisuke's for another Ogre Loop around. Let me see if I can make the display a little less red. There we go. That looks better. The console gets bumped a lot when I'm doing all the save and resets. So if the color is funky, it's probably because the cable is loose. It's all ogre. And it's probably because it is time to get serious about our Marsh Cave plans. We'll do one more ogre loop around. I will call that the end of the ogre grind. I think we'll be level 8, maybe 9. We'll see if we actually have gotten enough ogres that we can credibly think about having a third lit 2 charge. That'd be kind of a luxury. The health definitely helps. Like, I think even with double lit 2s, the big challenge is going to be just, do you survive long enough to cast them? Because a 4 wizard fight is going to be a race to not die. the 2 wizard fight, we're probably okay. That could be a couple of attempts going until you get a reasonable number of wizards. 2, 3, and 4 are all equal odds. And here's where if you had the ability to save anywhere, which is introduced in all the remakes, it's no big deal. Because you save 1 step away from the wizard battle, you reset until you get 2 wizards, you're good. But if it's like 5-10 minutes in there, even though that's relatively short compared to some of the dungeons that we're going to have later on, that's a pretty big investment trying to get a 1 in 3 chance to happen. And it gets even worse as you go later in and like, you know, it's 15 minutes getting down to Lich, it's 25 minutes getting down to Chaos. There's going to be a bigger pressure on having things just like definitely work first try. And well, it's definitely not going to work first try. I will be taking a lot of inspirations from like the marathon safe routes and things that you can do with a 4-character team. So hopefully have not too many tries at it. Over here, then we get the 1 battle. Like, there's just a handful of battles in this first, like, 15, 20 battles where you don't have a viable fight. Whether it's Kaizuku's on the ocean or ogres right around here. This is a very fertile area for experience and money for right after you power on the console. Here. That should be good. Jim's got way better armor, so while he gets targeted way more often, it's gonna be about 2/3 of a chance of hitting Jim, 1/3 chance of hitting Dan. The difference in damage per hit is gonna be like almost 10 to 1. Other than criticals. Criticals are where you have a big equalizer effect. They're probably, you throw a critical in, the average jumps up from like 10 to 1 to like maybe 5 to 1. But still, it's a lot more sharply pronounced over the odds of being targeted. So imagine most of my healing is going to go to Dan. Also because he's Dan. As we've gone to the Knight or the Red Wizard, it's going to be on the Knight. You really are going to be pretty busy with the Red Mage. You got to cast fast the first round, you're going to be doing white shirts, you're going to be doing healing spells. I really doubt the Red Mage is going to want to take turns off to actually attack ever. Like, you'll have the Sun Sword, but you probably never even use it. Because ideally you're going to come into the Chaos fight with enough Cure 3s that once you have things kind of stabilized for defenses, you're Cure 3ing every single round to maximize your chances. And you might have to fast again if target gets hit with a slow 2. The Velveteen Cat. Yeah, you only get 1 chance at putting your game time guess if it's already past the point where it's closed out. But don't worry, none of these points are going to count for your season play. This is just for fun for night. I like to do Final Fantasy when we can for these challenge runs so we can keep track of how the monsters are doing, how many battles we've seen. But like that, it is for entertainment purposes only. Probably bottom here. I don't think Dan's gonna finish off. Oh, 36. It is pretty handy without the randomizer knowing exactly how many hit points things are gonna have. Don't have to worry about stats being slightly adjusted. Most of our season play is like somewhere like the ballpark, like plus or minus 20% on many things, which might not sound like a lot. Like 20% is, for a stat like hit points, a relatively small thing. If you can kill an enemy with 100 hit points, you can probably kill an enemy with 120. This may not be true for spells. That'll kind of affect the balance of melee versus spellcasters quite a bit. But the real killer is when you have stat adjustments as well, because if an enemy has more hit points and more defense, you might go from the equivalent of 120, like doing 200 damage to kill it. It can be a big deal. T7 Eternal, thank you much for resubscribing back for 39 months. Hope you're having a good time tonight. Enjoy our challenge run. 2 characters. 1, hopefully, delicious chaos butt kicking. Wishes. Thank you for the good wishes there. We are nearly in ogre time. This is our last ogre before we go over to Marsh Cave. I didn't have enough money the first time around. Now we can afford everything that we need to buy. We could probably have pushed it for levels. Going at like level 6 on the fighter, level 7 on the red mage. That's like the bare minimum that you can get away with. We'll have a little bit of extra leeway thanks to that second round of ogres. Our ogres battled here. Dan hit level 8. 1 level up bonus, which does absolutely nothing because you don't get another spell slot until level 9. Let's see what our total for items is. 13 tenths. I probably want to be a little bit more intense than that. Because we did a second loop around, I can afford to be pretty liberal with dishing out some additional items in reserve. Maybe like 5 more pure potions. That'll be really safe. Can we class change? Sure. The only thing we can't do is have more than 2 characters. The other thing we can't do is buy more than 1 item at a time. And so you'll notice that there are some vendors who are more advantageous because they have their items in better spots, like heal potions here at the top. Smaller number of items is also going to be slightly reducing the time it takes to draw the screen, which adds up when you're doing this 99 times. And I think so. You definitely don't want to go below 1500. Really, 1600 because you also need to in at Elfland, and then 1675 you want to have an in here at Pavoka. We'll be pretty conservative and stop at 2000. Combat, good. No caps, no gloves. There's going to be 1 point of defense, so barely worth the time even spent buying them. At very low defense amounts, it does make a difference. Go for this team. I think it's got to be 5. And it's going to be time to go to the Marsh Cave. If I was the 3 got the inventory right, I feel like the inventory is pretty bad for a long time in the Final Fantasy series. 4 is getting kinda okay, but it has a big problem with just like how long it takes to delete stuff. Throwing things away in 4 is kind of painful. But at least you're getting a lot better inventory management. You get multiple columns of things, which you see your items a little bit more efficiently. I don't know when it like first got to be like actually reasonable, but I think it's way later than you'd expect for inventory management to kind of get figured out. It is a surprisingly hard problem. And this is probably not surprising that we're going to be getting the Lit 2 spell here. That is going to be our biggest anti-wizard option. Fire 2 is pretty good for undead, but that's going to be after we get through this. Getting through it is the name of the game. Now, if we were doing a real intense speedrun for it, I would be routing out the battles around here so that you'd be skipping most of the encounters. It would cut down the number of fights that you get poisoned in, the number of times that you have to run away from things. But we'll be taking it a little bit more relaxed, which is the reason why I got some extra pure potions here. Gotta deal with all the werewolves, the arachnids. Occasionally gonna get paralyzing monsters who are gonna be not very fun. The ghouls and the geists can be quite mean at times. Now, the 2-character party, Paralysis, is extremely powerful. Petrification's already pretty strong, because it's more or less killing a character for the rest of combat. But things like Paralysis and Sleep, which, while annoying with a 4-character party, turn into nearly run-killing things. And because it's normally not that powerful in effect, they really dish this out to a lot of monsters. They've got pretty high activation rates. And it's going to be the bane of our existence. From basically here until Ice Cave. It's not until Ice Cave that we get items that will actually reduce our chances of getting paralyzed on the fighter. But if you have one person that's not paralyzed, then you can at least run away. I think we want to take the ogre fights here. These are still relatively good for our experience. We'll heal up before we actually go into the Marsh Cave proper. Normally I'd be skipping these. The 4-character party, the dilution of experience is going to probably push ogres out of the viable leveling range a lot faster. Like, even by the time you're like level 6, level 7, you're starting to think less about ogres and more about like, grogers and maybe hyenas, which are kind of in that same ballpark. We're getting so much XP relative to what you would normally have here that this is still quite generous. Now we haven't quite hit the point of diminishing returns. It'll be like maybe 2-3 levels for a lot of monsters where you can go past where a larger party would be viably able to farm them. Can't go past this. Here's where we're going into the Marsh Cave. Let's buckle up. I'm just going to use kind of a standard entry point here. This is a trade-off for how many times do you want to get boned. So there's 2 variations of the bone fight. One variation is going to be the one that has always got a single crawl in it. And crawls are really bad because they have a billion chances to paralyze you. So like you are just absolutely hosed if you get hit by them. With 2 characters, you can have one person be paralyzed, the other one runs away. Unless they get a first strike, then you might just get hosed. The second variation is 0 to 2 crawls. So you have an element of luck. You get 0, 1, or 2. And if you get 2, it can be really bad really fast. I'm choosing the 1 crawl variation because I think with 2 characters, you're going to be mostly okay. gonna grab here. I think the house is pretty good. Get an extra iron armor, which we don't need more iron armor. It does sell for a fair bit. And we'll stop in here. Grab these 2 boxes, go down to our crown chest. We're just gonna have to hope. But the poisonous party mix is more evenly mixed in the future. We want to get all 4. The arachnid, spider, scum, and muck. It is the combination of flavors that really makes the poisonous party mix the world's most popular snack treat. What makes this really, really hard is that these wizards do not like your face. Hopefully there's only 2. Good, there's only 2. This is pretty doable. Toad 22484. Thank you much for the raid there. Hope everybody coming over from Toad's channel had a great time with some wonderful and amazing retro stuff here tonight. We do have a pretty interesting retro challenge. The original Final Fantasy. This is the NES version, not a randomizer, not any quality of improvements, and not more than 2 characters are allowed on our team. So we're taking the fighter, we're taking the red mage, and we're going to be taking this crown up to Astos. So let's see if we can make this work. I've got the mute spell, which is my idea for how do we do Astos without having to get a bunch of levels so that our fighter can kill Astos really, really quickly. You either get Astos' damage down, which is pretty tough outside of mute and ruse, or you get your damage up a lot. And for 2 characters, you have to get your damage up a whole lot because you have way few people attacking per round. The copper bracelet, it's worth a lot of money, but that's about it. A team like this, you're not interested in a lot of the traditional mage defenses until you get to gold bracelets, and then you're starting to get a little bit better than what the red mage has access to. The red mage is basically the bard. They're okay at a lot of things, they're bad at everything, and while they might seem really, really good at first, the power of the red mage falls off a lot in the late game. So they're primarily useful when you have an okay number of levels, but not going like all the way to level 50. There's a lot better options if you are going to have a high level character. Like fighter is going to be super amazing. The black bolt goes from really terrible to really amazing quite quickly. And the only advantage red mage has is because you are getting through the early game so much faster, that you can kind of hold that lead for a bit for late game competition. Like you're going to get blown out completely. But if you're a couple hours ahead, then that's probably a big enough bit of padding that you are not going to get caught. Speedruns are terrible. Yes, everything here is terrible for a long time. Until you get to class change. That's about the first point in the game where a speedrun kind of feels like things are under control. You really gotta get past places like Marsh Cave, Astos, Ice Cave, even Ordeals is often quite questionable at times. But then you hit this moment where suddenly things kind of calm down. And there's a good stretch, even in speedruns, where it's not a super difficult game. But then it gets really, really hard at the end again. And there's just nothing you can do about that. It's our in-game Sunsword, Procape, Purring, Ribbon, and Opal Bracelet. Yep, you got all 5 of those correct. Really nothing better for a lot of character classes than most of those items. And there's not a lot better that we can do here besides tenting up and going in. Do I even need the lit 2s? It would be nice. But I feel like if you land mute first try, you're probably set. Alright, here we go. Astos, can we get the mute to land? It's not a super high chance. But it would certainly make things a lot nicer. Also, we need to not get rubbed. We might be here for a little while. Rome's got a very high chance of being hit. Wait, do we have 2 characters? Because we got a 2-character challenge we're doing today. You can only use these 2 characters. You gotta have nobody beyond 2 alive before you can take any actions at all in combat besides just passing your turn. So we sat there in the first imp battles until the thieves tragically succumb to boredom. And then we go and kill chaos from there. Along the way, there may be some hiccups. And there might be a lot of rubs. Other challenge in the future. The next challenge run is not yet decided. There is going to be an event on Tuesday, February 17th. That's going to be the 10th anniversary of the Final Fantasy Randomizer. So while it's not technically a challenge run, we'll be doing some non-traditional activities on that night. And I don't know whether or not that is going to be officially counted as our second challenge run for the season. Almost got him. We've at least had like 2 chances at rope not working. And one day, that rope spool's gonna miss. It's supposed to be like 60-65% of these levels. Like, it really shouldn't be this bad. But yeah, it's pretty bad. Like I said, for Dan to land the mute spell, probably like 1 in 8 to 1 in 10, somewhere in that ballpark. I think if you got like a 4-character party of white mages doing this, then you typically get it in 2 rounds or so. There we go. At least we didn't get robbed. So we don't have a lot of time to land this mute, but now we have multiple tries. So it's slightly better. Once Astu starts getting into like Lit 2, Fire 2, if he's fast it, I think we're in pretty bad shape. But if Astos is silenced, oh then we've got the advantage. And now we've got some work to do. So here were my choices. One was to level up and get 4th tier magic, then we'd have Ace 2s and Lit 2s, and with enough 4th tier magic, and assuming that rub doesn't work, you'll get Astos down in probably like 5 to 6 turns, which is just barely fast enough to start these Lit 2s and Fire 2s off. The second option was you get like the Silver Sword, you get the fast spell. This is also a 4th tier spell, which is level 10 on the Red Mage, but you only need 1 of them, so that's a big improvement. And a fast hit Silver Sword on the fighter is going to kill Astos. And then option 3, which is what we went with, is if I can land this mute spell. Even though a lot of these rounds we're doing very little damage, as long as Astos mostly tries to spellcast and loses his turn, which is a 75% chance, Then I think we got this one pretty much in the bag. Just very, very slow. Back to rubs. He's been around 8 spells. Like, technically 9 because it's the second rub. And the more Sea Aster spellcast, the better. Maybe Sea Asters die. Then you know we have been victorious. Okay. One problem solved. There may be other problems upcoming. The next big problem is going to be Earth Cave. And Earth Cave's going to have a lot of issues. It's going to be the start of a lot of paralysis, and that's going to continue on for a good stretch. You're going to have to do something about the wizard situation. You're either fighting unrunnable wizards, or you're fighting cockatrices of petrification, or you're fighting specters and geists with a million paralysis chances. Like, there's just no good routes to Earth Cave that don't have a lot of issues. Vampire hits really hard and has paralysis. Lich hits really hard and has paralysis. I don't know if we're even getting past these guys. Might take a while. They do not hit very hard, but they do have paralysis. And this is basically what the Earth Cave is going to be like nonstop. We were one step away from not being in a zone that had paralyzing monsters. Okay, well, that's better. I will need to do some shopping after this, and I don't quite know what order I want to do some of this in, so I'm saving my money up. We might go and pick up a few items as well, just for the purpose of selling things. Because we're getting double experience for the monsters, having a 2-character party. But you don't get double money. It's the same money, or effectively you get half the money for your levels. So we actually have a tough time getting enough cash for everything we need until we get pretty far in. Stuff like the rune sword, the wear sword might be worth selling. Silver sword is definitely what I want for the fighter to be swinging. It's just so much better than anything that we can find right now. But we will sell a mid-tier sword to get a shop sword upgrade. Last calls, thank you much for resubscribing back for 47 months. Hope you're having a good night here. And I hope you enjoy our Final Fantasy Challenge Run. 2 characters, 1 dream. To hopefully not lose the Maspoon. It'd be really embarrassing if they dropped it. One herb obtained. And with the longer quest sequences, the entire game moves a little bit closer. You really do not have a lot of downtime in the original Final Fantasy. Like, this quest here, where you're going, turning in a lot of things to get access to the Outer Sea, and then kind of the whole slab sequence, are like the only 2 times where you're really not just kind of plugging away at killing monsters and exploring dungeons. There is not a lot of fluff in many NES games, and this is no exception. Ooh, on here. What do I want? Cure 2 might be a little bit ambitious. I think at this stage, You probably never have any spell slots for Cure 2s. Lit 2 and Fire 2 is going to be way more important. Fast and Ice 2 are soon going to become useful, but is it worth stocking up on those right now? Well, seeing as I can't afford to, the answer is probably going to be no. What we might need to do is take another trip to Elfland after we get to the Outer Sea. Coming from the south side. The key's going to let me get access to a lot of things that we can sell off, so that's going to help our money out a bit. Silver Armor's going to be upgrading the Red Mage. We'll possibly be buying silver things at Crescent Lake for the fighter. Get a shield, helmet, gauntlet. Plus 14 defense. Really not that bad. Almost another silver bracelet worth of defense on top of what we have right now. Red Mage only gets plus 4, but that's making some help here. Iron Armor in the chest. Yep, Iron Armor is in Canaria Castle. That'll be our third set of it. You technically don't need to buy Iron Armor at all, even with a 2-fighter party, because you just find one in the Marsh Cave and one in the Key Quest, which is often what you do in speedruns where you just don't have any time or resources. But that would have made it a fair bit harder to grind. We needed the Iron Armor super early in order to be able to reasonably deal with ogres, even. As a 2-character party, you're just going to get hit far more often. You're doing less damage, and there's just fewer characters to choose from. That every round is much more desperate. Hey, Blind Empire, welcome in. Hope you have a good time here tonight. And hopefully Jim can resolve this situation with his broken legs. And if not, we'll have to use violence on the monster of the night. The odd eye got picked. And that's pretty odd. That we got something this early in the game. 124 monsters in Final Fantasy. There's officially 128, but that's because the 4 Fiend refights count as separate monsters, even though they've got the same name. Lich, Carry, Kraken, and Tiamat have, in their second form, basically a monster slot reserved for 128 total monsters. We go by the names around here. And we go by these old men and steal all their stuff. All of their dynamite. Right hand side, not nearly as valuable. I'm just going to skip those. Probably go up to Temple of Fiends, grab the Rune Sword and the Were Sword. Those are worth a couple thousand apiece. And this is more or less our best opportunity to go and pick those up. Yeah, it's still up a little bit here so I know exactly what I'm working with at the current time. There we go, the gauntlet equipped. Not gonna bother to get silver. Wait a second, iron shield here. Here we go, that should be correct. And this should be enough money that we can buy a nice big stack of heal potions. We're gonna be here for a while. Let's buy some more pure potions. We got poisoned a couple times going through Marsh Cave, and poisoning will be continuing to be quite prevalent in Earth Cave. And then after that, poisoning kind of tails off. So if you get past Earth Cave, like you might need 8 to 10 more pure potions for the entire rest of the game. Up until then, you need a lot. And yes, we are going to need a lot of heal potions. Actually, didn't use that many heal potions in Marsh Cave, so I'm hoping it's only like 2 minutes of shopping. game draw the items one at a time instead of having the whole big list out there. So there's a limit to the amount of stuff that you can do on an old computer. Every single frame of animation. And this limit is based on the fact that if you don't write stuff to the screen, then the screen's just going to be garbled mess. So it's really important that when the screen is drawing, the full attention of the computer or the console is put on putting stuff onto the screen. And the result of that is that an already slow computer is going to have a very large percentage of its time taken up just refreshing the screen. And so your chances to do calculations, to move stuff around, that's a very limited window that you have when the screen is in between drawing each of the individual frames. And so a lot of times when you see like characters getting drawn out a little bit at a time, or things refreshing partially, or updates where it does like a portion of the screen for a couple of frames or you can see things drawing in, it's because they couldn't draw everything at once, or else they would exceed that time budget. And you got a couple choices there. You could break it up into multiple pieces, which is a pretty common technique. You could turn the screen off. So just have a black screen until you get all the updates done. And some games do that, but it is a little bit of a distracting technique. Like if you ever see a game where you go to a menu or something and the screen's black for a bit and then it displays everything, it's probably doing that technique. But you got to come up with some solution to the problem of the limitations of how much work can be done in the fraction of a time when the screen is not being updated each second. Up. I probably should get more tents, but if we run out and have to switch the cabins, the cost in money is not that bad if you are decently far in. In the early game, difference between 10 cabins a lot. And so you really want to be making sure that you can afford the cheaper tents for every time that you need to save in this game, which is generally quite frequent. But by the time you're at like Ice Cave, you can swing it. What is the respawn rate? So the respawn rate is the speed at which text advances on the screen. It goes from 1 to 8. 1 is really, really miserably slow, like you will not have a good time playing it slow. 8 is like kind of slow. So you have a choice about how much pain you want to experience. It is a very bad idea, even if you are not particularly good at English, to go beyond like 6. Below 6, it's going to be a rough time. Almost everyone's going to be at response rate 8, which is the fastest the game supports. And if you look at what the randomizer does, where it more or less cuts down a lot of the pauses in there, they probably could have done things like 4, 6, 8 times faster. But they chose to give you the leisurely time to make certain that you could read every single line of text very, very carefully. And the surprising thing is, like, this is not even really that bad. There's a lot of games that are way slower with text speed on the NES. Later on, they'd start adding in features like the ability to advance through conversations faster. But even like Super Nintendo era, there's a lot of games where it's drawing one character at a time at a super slow pace, and it's just agonizing waiting for each next letter. A game that I will say, though, kinda has a good pacing to it. You ever played Destiny of an Emperor? That was an NES RPG done by Capcom. That is probably the fastest moving RPG on the NES. It's really good. Like, compared to most RPGs on the NES, like, you are sprinting around the map. The battles are pretty speedy, especially when you go into the auto battle mode. It's kind of refreshing after a lot of really old RPGs, like, seeing what could have been done. How long would it take with the response rate 1? I would guess it's like maybe 60% longer for the game. Like, it's really significant. Like, you're gonna have the same amount of walking time, same amount of time for like combat animations. But if the text is like 4 times slower, even if that's like only a relatively small fraction of the total things that are happening in the game, like, that's gonna probably add up quite a lot. So I wouldn't be shocked if like response rate 1 was like 6 hours long for just a normal 4-character playthrough. Stuff like this would be way worse. Like, you probably wouldn't be exploring this dwarf for at least another hour or 2. And that'd be a shame, because everyone wants this dwarf to explode. Dragon Sword, that's 3 of the 5 mid-tier magic swords. Giant Swords and Gurgha Volcanoes. That one's pretty much never going to be picked up. It's past the point where money is really that essentially you need to be scrounging up every single piece of gold. But we do have the Coral Sword that is in the Earth Cave. So we can grab that and get a little bit of cash back after we finish off Lich. And that'll still be a time when money is relatively important. I'm not sure if fighting ogres is really worth it anymore. We're kind of pushing it for ogre levels, even with a 2-character party. But I'm still thinking about what we really want to fight. Peninsula Power is going to be pretty tough. You can go out there, but you only have a handful of spell charges. Made even worse by the fact that a red mage is, well, at level 9 going to get their 3rd Fire 2. You might need 3 Fire 2s just to kill 1 set of zombies. So it's certainly going to be challenging for that. I think the mummies in Astus Castle are going to have a pretty similar problem. Like, I'd be able to do something like 3-ish mummy fights, and that's about it. Average number of mummies is going to be 3.5. Let's say we get 10 mummies going across there. How much is a mummy worth for money? Let's look it up. $300 gold. So those 10 mummies exactly pay for a house. So you're pretty much going to be breaking even on a mummy grind, which sounds kind of scary. Ooh, I'm going to save a sword for Red Mage 2s. I guess you can use the Coral Sword with Red Mage. If we pick that up in Earth Cave until we are done with that place, we will be good to go. Spider definitely wants the silver sword here, so we're going to grab that. And nice. Exactly 10,000 gold left over before we do the rest of our shopping and throw that number completely out the window. Good to know we got some standards. Alright, Cure 2 I don't think is worth it right now. Fast and Ice 2. We're going to definitely need Fast. Gonna probably need some better defense on the fighter. That's gonna be silver items at like 2,500 a pop. Most of our recovery items are pretty much taken care of here. So I can afford Fast and Ice 2, I think. But then we would need more money before we went out to Crescent Lake. Do I need Ice 2 right now? I bet I can skip Ice 2, and that should save me some money here. Alright. I may have a plan. If we can't do Peninsula Power, and it seems like we'd be at best breaking even on mummies, what if we did an Earth Elemental grind? You really benefit from a smaller party when you're doing those single enemy fights, because you're getting way more damage way faster on a single character than on a large team. Like the breakpoint for where you hit the enemy's absorb score is sooner, where you get to have multiple attacks per round is sooner, where you get to have like enough overkill that you're way exceeding their absorb rating. Like all that stuff happens at an earlier level, and you level up way faster. That could be the play. Elemental is probably pretty scary right now. You have no place nearby to get revives. You've got no place nearby to get any kind of healing potion recovered. But you could get a lot of fights really fast. And you wouldn't really be using spells to any serious extent, so you probably don't even need houses. That could be interesting. I might give that one a try. Did you use a spell? Fire is their weakness? But it's always going to be one at a time, so I kind of doubt that Fire 2s are going to be economical. Other option is Behold of Giants. Let's see how much damage the Giants are doing here. We could probably kill a Giant in, right now, like 2.5 to 3 rounds. This will hopefully improve pretty fast. But I think either way, you're looking at a pretty decent amount of damage taken per battle that you take. So regardless of whether you do Giants or Bursts, you're likely going to be kicked out of the dungeon before too long. And we just want to maximize how much experience can we get on a stack of 990 heal potions. Or so I'll see when the fighter gets another attack. We're at 49 right now, so not for a while. It'd be 5 levels. Alright, upgrade. It's going to go to Silver Shield. It's going to go to Silver Helmet. Oh man, bad news. We can't afford the Buckler. Red Mage is going to have to be missing out tonight. No Buckler action. This looks good though. I feel pretty good about this. But let's see if this is good enough. I'm getting all these upgrades, which you don't normally get in speedruns, because you really need the fighter to be tanking a lot of hits. See, the Red Mage is getting just thrashed by these enemies. But we get enough defense on the fighter. Then in comparison, the fighter could just go all day on this. And that's a difference of like an entire heal potion per hit that we are saving just from having those upgrades. It is kind of big. This is probably a little bit ambitious. I do have a lot of lit 2s though. Peds are with a very good amount of experience. And here's where the smaller party is going to kind of work against you. Peds have a really bad morale score. And morale is what the game uses to decide whether or not an enemy runs away when it faces you in battle. So the higher level of the front character in the party, the higher chance the enemy runs. And it, for a long time, is not going to happen because their morale score is going to be sufficient that they will never lose that check. But Peds like one of the weird enemies in that, like, these are probably running before imps do. So even by the time like, you're level 14, 15, they're going to start being very, very shy. You're so good for XP in that kind of short range in there. And hopefully we can get this fight to go well. And yeah, that was worth it. They leveled up again. Probably should not have the 2 hit point Dan in front of the party. You know, for reasons. This way we might need to restock on items. Thinking maybe we go back to Elfland for a little boost. And maybe we get another Dan. Not that our current Dan has had any problems whatsoever. He has been a perfect gentleman. Oh, he's level 10. Level 11 should have over 300 health for the first time. 301 health is really significant because that is a special threshold for the XXXX spell. If you have 300 or less health and you don't have death resistance, XXXX is a guaranteed instant kill. And that's one of the earliest moves that the eye can do in the Ice Cave. But if you have 301 current health, then even if you don't have death resistance, which you can't get until after you have gone through the Ice Cave and gotten the airship, you are totally immune to it. And that's going to make the eye fight a lot better. Start living low for Dan. No, there are no refunds. This is what you've got. And what you've got is not very much. Well, we are back again. I suppose I can go ahead and get another spell here. Ice 2 kind of blows my whole budget. I'm going to say Cure 2. Knock that off here right now. Level 15 is when we get Fire 3 first slot, or Cure 3. And a couple levels away of grinding Earth Metals. I imagine that we're going to have the cash to be able to buy it by that point. So let's do Cure 2 here. Your last third tier spell. Second tier is done. First tier, I guess I get Ruse, and that's about it. So my last one there. Fourth tier, we need to get Ice 2 at some point. Fifth tier is we're going to stick a whole bunch of cash into. I wonder if I should grab a soft potion. Oh wait, I got soft potion in Temple of Fiends. Oh yeah, we're good. We never need more than one soft potion per fight, thanks to only having 2 characters. So it does simplify some of the math. All right. Got our armor, got our spells, got some more cabins. I think we're going to the Earth Cave. We shall see what happens. The easiest Earth Metal battle is going to be in the first floor, northeast corner. Pretty quick to get to. only have one floor of enemies to traverse across, and that is always going to be a solo earth fight. It's unrunnable, so you have a neutral start, no worries about ambushes or first strikes happening. There's a wall next to it that is going to have no encounters, so it's not going to advance your step count at all. I think we're going to see how good this leveling plan is. And if it is not good, then I'm going to have to come up with some more ideas. Pure spell worth it? Pretty much not. Pure is at 4th tier, which for a red mage would be a very, very busy tier. You've got Fast there, which is immensely good. Ice too, which is pretty decent. And imagine that you had any spell charges left over for Pure is probably kind of a little bit of a fanciful thing. Like, you're just never going to be able to make it work. I think about a slight problem. I should get the Coral Sword for the Red Mage before I do the Earth Grind. That way, we can do more damage with Red Mage and maybe kind of turn off every now and then. I'll go down to 2nd floor and come back up. It is a minor detour. Not a thing that normally is super relevant. I could have gotten a silver sword for the Red Mage instead of buying an extra spell, but the odds the Red Mage is really doing combat damage is very, very small. The class changing, yep. Only restriction is that we cannot have more than 2 characters at any time. I'd like to take the start of the encounter. So this probably gets me some bulls I can fight. With no bull, these things are actually worth pretty good experience. As long as they hit Jim and not Dan, it'll be okay. Jim's got enough defense that the bull's attack kind of goes to 1, and you're totally safe. If they hit Dan, you're probably still taking like 20, 25. Is there a flame sword here? Nope. The flame sword's going to be in the ice cave. There's an ice sword in Ordeals and Gurgu Volcano. And because we're going to go to Ordeals before we go to Gurgu, we'll have the ice sword then, and that's going to be our primary attack for quite a while. Quad Groger, I think, is a little bit much. Hey there, hope things are going well. Enjoy our challenge for tonight. 2 characters trying to figure out how to make their way through this wacky world and to see how you kill Lich. That's also what they're trying to figure out. Couple of my objectives here. One is to get strong enough to kill Lich, which is kind of important. But another big thing is going to be getting up to level 15 would really dramatically improve my chances of running from things, which I think is going to make Earth Cave way nicer. Right now we're kind of like okay-ish at running. You'll still see a lot of can't runs, but it's massively better than the start of the game. And that's going to continue to get better and better very rapidly. Into level 15 we have like, well, normally like a 99% chance of running, but because we're going to have dead characters in this party right below us, that's going to knock our run chances down quite a bit. I'm hoping it's at least 90% still. But that effect is due to being incredibly heavily bugged for running. Oh, don't hit Dan. That's going to be a lot of heal potions to get used up. I mean, these things are still worth some amount of value, so not a complete loss. But it is is very frustrating that they could have hit Jim for like 1 damage instead. Kind of the problem is because Belmont sucks so much, we have no shops here, so we can't easily restock on these things. If it was a normal town, it would be not really that big of a deal. Like, you'd be walking a couple of fights worth of battles to get to a town and back. So you're gonna do a long sail. Alright, there we go. Now we're all set to try it. Got my sword upgrade. Get a bull on the way in, probably a bull on the way out. And as many Urs as we can eat. Alright, it's getting some decent hits every now and then. Coral Sword's gonna be a bit weaker than the Silver Sword, but it's not completely, totally helpless. But let's see how it does fighting these guys. Not these guys. The guys after these guys. Yes, we just hear it less. The Earth is our real target. Alright, I don't think that 112 is going to happen all that often. But even with Dan going 112, this is going to still be a 2-round fight. It seems like we got very high rolls there. So probably 3 rounds for right now is going to be what we should expect here. About 3 healing potions worth of damage. That's about 4 healing potions worth of damage. And that's kind of scary that Dan could be 2-shot. So like 2 1 and 3s is not that improbable. So yeah, this might be kind of shaky. But the good news is it's probably Dan that dies. Somehow Dan's getting targeted every single time despite only being a 1 in 3 chance. Looks like 3 turns is going to be pretty consistent. Hopefully get only 2 attacks in. Hopefully Dan's going to get some more hit points at some point here. We'll see how long we make this last. I'm going to guess we can do at least 20, 25 of these. Definitely at least like 15. With 2 characters. 15 Earths is a lot. The neat thing is where it goes from like just barely winning to pretty easily winning to then like winning without taking any damage very quickly. The damage formulas for how this game works is what contributes to that kind of effect where there's a critical value below which you are completely hosed, nearby which like you see like almost nothing, but then as you get past it, it very rapidly grows from doing like 1 damage to doing 100 damage in like 2 levels. It's not quite as extreme as it is in Dragon Warrior, where you basically cannot win fights if you are below the level that you need to be at. But if you're like 1 level above it, then like you win in like almost complete safety and ease. But it'll be like a couple level range where it goes from useless to quite good very fast. Unfortunately, it's only true for our offense. For our defense, it's going to be a little bit tougher. So we need to kill things as quickly as we possibly can. So that's just my cure spells. I'm not using many heal potions. Let me try and do that. Cure 1s are gone. Cure 2s could probably get used up as well. I don't see Lit 2 and Fire 2 being super amazing here. Even on the bullfight on the way out, I feel like it doesn't do much. Convert those to health as well. 12 is when the fighter stops getting the really fast HP gain. You do very good at the start. Like, every level for the fighter is a strong level up for a while. And then once you hit, like, 300 or so health, it's going to be around level 11. After that point, it kind of calms up for a bit, and that's where, when seemingly the fighter is going to be way better than anybody else at health, eventually the black belt starts kind of creeping up there. Black belt actually is pretty bad at everything, including not having a lot of health in the early game, but it just gets amazingly good over time. The raw vitality points will carry you very hard. 219, okay, that's a big gain for Dan. That probably makes it a little bit tougher for him to be knocked out without a critical hit happening. Alright, seemingly liking this. It's certainly pretty fast because getting a trap tile. That's almost always an advantage for doing these grinds. The mummies, you'd be limited by the number of spell charges that you have. The giants would be probably a little bit less damage taken, so you could stay here longer, but you'd be getting less experience, and it would throw in a bunch of the iguanas. And they're not that difficult or dangerous or anything, but they give you basically no rewards, and they're going to take some time away to kill the iguanas every time they pop up. So I feel like efficiency-wise, this might be our best choice. There's probably some hybrid thing where you start with giants for a bit and then move over to Earth. That probably would be once you got into a little bit more of a stable situation. Somewhere around like 10 more that we could take. Basic concept still seems sound. Like 6 healing potions worth of damage. Like 6.5. Could have been really good. That coin flip on round 3 is going to be a pretty big deciding factor for how much resources each of these fights takes. Because they're probably losing 2 to 3 heal potions every time the earth hits. So even just one more of those in an average fight is a big deal. Alright, 5, that's not bad. Got a couple more in us. Last is at 110. We did the Mystic Key quest for a while, so we didn't really get a chance to get out here for a fair bit. You have to do a lot of travel and shopping. But it seems like one of these cycles going through the Earths is very quick. Yeah, picking more healing potions might actually be a pretty large percentage of the time that it takes to do the entire trip. Please don't hit Dan. Dan is soft and squishy. His fragile bones cannot handle the hugs. Level 13 picked up. Another good level with the fighter. I think it was 15 that we get the extra attack per round. Just double check that to make certain. Definitely going to be a really big deal with an extra attack. I'm thinking about that for Lich, definitely. For the stuff before, though, while it'd be great to have it for the grind, it may be kind of unnecessary to go that many levels. One word. There we go. Okay, level 14 is going to have it then. To be exactly 64 accuracy. Every 32 points of accuracy, you get an extra attack per round. And the first one happened at level 5 when we had the short sword. Normally, it's going to be like 10.5 levels for an additional attack, but we upgraded from short sword to silver sword, which added some bonus accuracy to our base total. So we had a little bit faster than 10.5 levels there. And if you take what our damage is right now with 2 attacks, and imagine that you get 3 attacks pretty consistently, you're definitely 2-rounding the Earth almost for certain. And I don't think you're 1-rounding it. So it probably takes it from a coin flip on round 3 to maybe a coin flip on round 2. The average attack's going from 2.5 down to 1.5. That's a pretty big reduction in damage taken. Might be kind of good. Okay, you should have a wonderful night. Hope you enjoyed our Final Fantasy challenge run here. We've got 2 characters and a lot of dreams. Which currently requires killing a lot of Earth Elementals. I think we're actually doing pretty decent for time. Like, it is, generally speaking, about halfway through the game at Lich. So if we do another round of these, it's like somewhere in the 2.5 hour range for Lich. That would be pretty much still on pace for the 5-hour guess that I had. So it seems plausible this all is going to be correct. kind of hard to tell because when you're doing a challenge for the first time, it's often very unpredictable about how things are going to work distribution-wise across the course of the game. But I'd say it's a not unreasonable thing to say, like, Lich is probably going to be the 50% mark. And that is noble. Now, the randomizer, one thing we could do is actually put Dan into a lower slot and have dead characters in the middle. This version of the game is going to try to fix that, because it does not like having party members that are dead or poisoned or petrified, and so you'd have to like keep messing with it, which would be pretty slow. But the reason that'd be good is because the fighters just got such better defense than Dan does. That if you could have, instead of a 2-to-1 ratio, a 4-to-1 ratio, which is what Dan would have if he was in slot 3 or 4, you would be cutting your damage down pretty substantially against a lot of things. Maybe against the Earths it wouldn't matter as much. They've got like one really big attack, so the fighter's armor is not as significant of a difference. But certainly against everything else in here, it would probably be a lot better for our damage taken. As long as we don't get specters and geists and ghouls and paralyzing monsters, we are pretty okay with a round of shadow ambushes. These have a 90% ambush rate, so you're going to get ambushed quite a lot, but they are very nearly doing absolutely nothing. 1 point of damage. Dark doesn't even work. Just literally does nothing. So they're kind of annoying. They are one of the better fights. Right, so I need 99 heal potions. That's going to be 6,000 gold. 4,000 for Ice 2. Finish that spell off. That'll leave me about 12,000 I could put into something else. I'm thinking about putting Fire 3 on here next. This is the big choice, where we got Fire 3, Cure 3, Life 1, Warp all at the same tier. My big strategy is to say that we don't need the Life 1 spell, which sounds ridiculous. But I'm going with it, so let's try this out. I think pretty arguably Fire 3 could be the one that you skip. Fire 3 is going to be the weakest in the late game. So it is good for a little stretch. But then after that, it falls off really, really hard. And that's going to make it tough to recommend Fire 3 as a serious choice. Cure 3, kind of the opposite. It's really weak right now. You just don't have the slots to make it be a viable contributor. But down the road, when you're fighting chaos, Cure 3 is going to be amazing. Warp's got really good utility, especially in some of the super dangerous dungeons where on this version you have not a lot of mechanisms for skipping encounters. So you need some way of mixing up the number of steps that you take on floors. So Warp is going to be pretty fabulous, and while you can survive without it, it's going to involve a lot of walking back and forth in some pretty dangerous areas, or taking risks that you're going to be taking bad encounters, like probably sorcerers in Ice Cave, or sorcerers in Temple of Fiends, or maybe even sorcerers in space. Mostly just sorcerers. It's time to buy some heal potions. 99 heal potions to go. Each one individually purchased with its own separately filled out receipt and certificate of authenticity, just to make certain. that you receive only the highest quality of healing potions. They have been individually hand inspected and certified with custom gift wrapping options that will take several people quite a lot of time to put together. Which is why, amazingly, this is the express checkout mode. You really don't want to see what the slow option is. The Sorcerer's Death Touch, an intended mechanic, yes. And the reason it's so nasty is because it's non-elemental. You don't have things like the ribbon or other gear items blocking it. It's just your magic defense score. But for the intended levels that you would be expected to play the game at, you would have a lot more levels and a lot more magic defense on all the character classes. And so the odds of the Sorcerer Death Touch proccing is much lower than you would see in speedruns. I think for Ice Cave, it's still pretty punitive. Like, that's a place where a lot of the fights there really kind of just suck. But for the sorcerers in Sky Castle and Temple of Fiends, when you're doing a speedrun and you're there at like level 16, the odds of the Sorcerer Death Touch happening are massively higher than the game designer thinking, oh, you're going to be like level 30 to 35. So I feel like it is a pretty nasty move, but one that is really magnified by the fact that we are outside the norm of what they are really intended for your playstyle. And so it's not balanced to kind of accommodate for that. Only a couple dozen more heal potions to go. Just think this is only 1/10 the clicking that we're going to have with the Diablo 1 playthrough next week. It is a relaxing world in comparison. There's a lot of things that I think quality-wise, Diablo 2 just really gets well. Like, the basic stuff, like, can you see what's on the screen? Diablo 2, you can kind of see what's on the screen a lot of the time. I wish there's a better way for, like, the labels of items to be a little bit more readable. Like, you probably need some kind of filter mode where you skip over the heal potions and the stack of 6 gold. You mostly just want to see the important stuff, but you can at least see the things. Diablo 1, you don't have any kind of item identification. The best you got is this zoom mode, where instead of 3 really tiny pixels, it's 3 really big pixels, and you just have to kind of squint really hard to figure out where stuff is. It's a very rough experience for just finding items and picking them up. But then there's a lot of things where it's like the speed at which you move, the menuing speed, the fact that you can just hold a button down and things happen repeatedly instead of having to click every single time. Where Diablo 2 just makes a massive difference over the original Diablo, to the point where it's really tough to actually recommend people play Diablo 1 unless they have a lot of nostalgia for it. Because it's like so big of a profound difference. That's a rare for the Ice 2 spell. At this point, we've got everything we can get for right now up through 4th tier. Ruse we cannot get until after class change. And we get one more 5th tier spell, Cure 3, before too long. 18 here, this is probably fine for this trip in. Need to make sure I've got enough tents and cabins to make it through Earth Cave for the Earth Grind, and I guess for Vampire as well, doing the Ruby trip. I might need to get more heal potions in between Earth Grind 2 and Vampire. I don't know if I want to go all the way through Earth with only a stack of 99. I think we're going to be using up too many here. Does mean that we're going to get right back into it. Did I just stay it in? I did. Just making certain. when I have all my spell charges back as well for Cure 1s and Cure 2s. In theory, you can also use the fast spells. I guess that is perfectly plausible that a fasted fighter could maybe save a heal potion or two. And you get a limited number of times with those. People do a little bit of science to see if that is actually the case, that it is the better option. It's probably 2 rounds of fighting either way. It's like fighter, not fasted. You lose the red mage turn. So your first round actually goes down. And then fighter fasted, plus you get the red mage turn. It's a little bit more damage. But it's only relevant if you wouldn't have killed the earth in 2 rounds anyway. Let's see just how relevant that's going to be. We are back. And this time we are here for even more experience. Alright, so we're still doing like 2.5 rounds. I guess a couple of fast would make sense. Go Data, welcome in. Thank you much for the good wishes and enjoy our 2-character challenge. We are currently in the pre-lich grind here, killing earth elementals to try and get strong enough to take on this part of the game. This will be, I think, probably the biggest grind overall. Late game grind for getting the end set up. Should be at a point where we are pretty comfortable with all of our fights. Like, we'll be at the point where it is not completely trivial, but it is going to be way, way nicer for things in terms of just not taking a lot of damage. So resource-wise, it'll be a lot less intensive here. Oh, yes, level 14, that is our new attack. Oh, that's so good. That's a lot more damage. So 3 attacks. We are probably... We're not guaranteed, but we are much more likely to 2-round the earth. So I think this is going to be a very big difference in heal potion consumption. Because before it was like almost never 2 rounds. You're talking about 3.5 rounds of combat. Or 2.5? I guess it'd be 2.5. Halfway through round 3. Do some science here to see how likely it is that we actually do that. Okay, so you can definitely get some low rolls. See, a lot in the 125 range. If we're doing under 100, then I'd be worried that that's not going to be enough to take the Earths down quickly. Okay, let's see the exact number that we are dealing with here. 4 Earth Elementals, if you want to get their stats. 288 health. So if we're doing like 120s, Dan's going to help out a little bit. And you wouldn't even necessarily need Dan for round 2, although it would probably be beneficial here for a little bit longer. That's really close. Like 145, nearly exactly on the halfway mark. Somebody needs to step a little bit more. 278 there. Nothing else means that Dan can probably end the fight in round 3, not just the fighter. That would boost our odds of getting our turn in before the Earth goes. Instead of 2.5 rounds, it'd be 2 1/3 rounds. It's a small gain. But even small gains turn into a lot of heal potions. Dan is getting turned into mush. Still really tough keeping him alive. Earth targets him twice. He hasn't died yet, but he's definitely been thinking about it. I can tell. Break time for Dan. Yeah, Dan's been broken pretty hard here. I think Dan has been broken for a while. Yeah, when we first got here, I was really shocked that Dan survived to it. It was just barely. It would be a lot harder for the Earth to kill Dan in 2 hits. It is also only a 1 in 9 chance that Dan gets targeted for 2 hits. But it seems to happen like every single fight. So clearly, Dan is not very good at math. Level 15 though. Takes so long for the red mage to get 5th tier spell slots. This is going to be our very first one of those. 15, 16, and 18. We get Fire 3 charges. I don't think we're going to level 18. That's going to be pretty impractical here, but we probably hit 16 before running out of heal potions. So that's going to be the likely level that we're doing Vampire and Lich at. Well, we are halfway through, so we might not even hit 16 at this rate. Feels like the first time around we had fewer heal potions per fight. Dan might be getting worse. I did not think that was possible. So somehow, with more levels, more attacks per round. We have managed to increase the number of heal potions per Earth fight from 5 to 7. And I think we all know who you're going to blame for that. Let's just punch Jim consistently. The number of heal potions that we would take per fight is like maybe 3. So if the number is anything more than that, it is very likely that things are not going 100% according to plan. This is possibly a more reasonable stretch. Got up on level 16 here pretty soon. Looks like we have enough heal potions to make it there. And we don't get much value at 17. Probably do want to pretty much cut it off there. You can try and predict how much experience you're going to have on the trip downstairs. Like, vampires worth a lot. There's some fights you can take as you're going back and forth across. You gotta go through Earth Cave, and then back up Earth Cave, and then all the way over to Sarda, and then back over Earth Cave, and then back down Earth Cave. So it's likely doable to get like another level in the process. But it'd be really questionable whether level 18 is going to be the make or break versus Lich. And 29 more to go. So another good couple of Earths in us. And it's not true, but it does seem like we're taking less damage. The reason it's not true is because outside of just outright dodging things, which will improve as you're going up, because the Earth has only got 1 attack per round, there's no effect where this version of the game has your defense score improving over time. The later versions tied in your vitality stat to basically also give you a damage reduction value. So not only was vitality bumping up your hit points, but I think because with the later versions of the game raising the level cap, so basically you go up to level 99 to level 50, and everybody hits 999 hit points really easily. The characters that had high vitality and so high hit points, I think, lost their advantage, and that might be why they put in a secondary effect, which is that vitality, even though it's no longer really influencing your maximum number of hit points other than in the early game, now has a late game effect of reducing enemy damage on top of what your arm would normally do. There's no statement about whether this is true or not, but that's just kind of my belief about why that was changed. To go. First time we got a 1-round Earth fight. So you're probably very close to the point where you start seeing that more consistently. And that would be the tipping point where you go from like 1.5 potions, or 1.5 hits right now, which kind of roughly translates out into that 4.55 potions to potentially having like a half potion or half hit per fight. And that would be a very dramatic reduction in heal potion usage. We're definitely not going to stick around that long. But if you're doing like a solo challenge, I imagine that's where the fighter needs to take notice. Somewhere around like level 17 or so. But these Earths would go from being kind of rude to being very, very, very helpful. We actually got the off-tile encounter. I guess we'll take some bulls. Pretty dramatic how much damage different the bull is. Like, we don't really notice it because we're just doing the Earths a whole bunch. But when we first came over here, those bulls were like 2 or 3 rounds of fighting. And we're almost at the point where the fighter's one-shotting them. There have definitely been some improvements. Alright, 7 potions left. Got about 2 Earth fights left to go. Nearly done with this loop. Okay, we'll try to make certain that we are done even sooner. Even if he has to drink those heal potions himself. Alright, 3 left. This is probably the last one unless we get a really lucky Earth. I'll only do 1 more if we actually have a healing potion left over. And it would have to be very, very little damage in round 2. Yeah, I think we're out of here. It was a good run. Let's see where we are at for a level. So 16, 2,700 to go. That's about 4 Earths away. I could see getting 2,700 on the pre-Lich section. They probably hit 17 at Lich. Gotta count all those elementals. It would be a shame if we missed one. There are some oddities with the counting. It doesn't really like resetting in the middle of a battle. And arguably, like, does that count in terms of, like, more encounters? When we fought Astos, that counted as 1 fight, even though there may have been more than 1 tries to kill Astos. That's looking good. We got 2 Fire 3s at level 16 here. That's going to be really nice. I can house up in between Vampire and the Lich strip down, so I don't have to worry about using too many of those. So I have 2 fresh Fire 3s for Lich, a Fasted Fighter. I feel like unless something really funky happens where Lich's melee stun touch just goes wild here, we should be very set. Now, time-wise, I feel like we're not as good as I was hoping. I was thinking 2.5 hours at Lich. It's going to be more like 250 at this rate. Maybe even closer to 3 hours. but it's more grinding than I expected to get done at this point. It will be slightly fewer zombies or agamas or something later on. So initially I was going like level 21 at the end of the game. You might have most of your grinding up front. It's like, what major differences are there between this and a regular full-size party for fighting chaos? You're already going to have one person doing the vast majority of attacking with magic. The Excalibur can help out a bit, but it really tends to never be your very relied upon move. Let's say like 60-70% of the damage is from the Magian. You need to bump up your damage by about that much to break even. And then you got the defensive side of, well, you don't have the additional characters soaking up hits or dishing out healing. So I could see like low 20s being sufficient. Nasal intuition. Glad you're having a good time here. C:\\welcome in. Thank you for the good wishes and enjoy all of the wonderful heal potion shopping. We're going to be doing a lot of heal potion shopping. I think these heal potions are amazing. Just wait until we buy 99 heal potions before going into Gurgu Volcano. And then we buy 99 more heal potions after leaving Gurgu Volcano. Speaking of which, we should be at 99 heal potions pretty soon here, I guess. Just a couple more heal potions to go. Not many more heal potions left to go. We keep saying this enough. It will eventually one day be true. And while I really feel like I want to have more tents, one of the quirks is that your quest items are after or before your consumable items. In the randomizer, it's quest items afterwards. So you have consumables at a good spot, and quest items are just kind of like filling the rest of the list. In the original version of the game, quest items are first. And so as you pick up quest items, it's going to push things like your heal potions and your tents and cabins into different spots in your menu, and there's very decisively better spots for your heal potions to sit in. When you're drinking a lot of heal potions, you want them in a spot that you can very rapidly menu to. So it's going to be important that I don't have too many tents or cabins or houses so that I can strategically eliminate them and get my heal potions into better locations. So I actually want to kind of run very, very lean on my number of save game items as much as possible. I want all those to be very low single digits. $297 button presses. Yes, my thumb is not going to have a good night. I am already resigned to that fact. Although I kind of find that the button pressing for the heal potions is not as bad as the Astos fights were like a white mage. Even though you don't have to press the button, you can just hold the button down continuously. Having to hold a button down for like 25 minutes is excruciating. And there's a couple of things you can do, like rotate fingers and little gaps in time. You can release the button when animations are playing, and so you're not forced to do continuous holding, but you got to be like very, very careful that you never have a frame when, if you want to have an RNG leap going, that you let the button up for too long. And the first like couple of minutes, it's like fine, and then it's not fine. That Astos fight can be one of the worst experiences in the entire time that you're doing one of these. And does game relate when you change controllers? Oh man. There's a lot of weird stuff that can happen, and we don't think about these problems for like modern consoles. Especially like everything's like wireless or at worst like USB, which has a lot of isolation. But if you poke at the controller port of the NES, there's just like a 5-volt power line on the controller port, which is sending power to the controller. That's the same 5 volts that's powering everything else in the console. So a funny thing that you can do is if you put 5 volts on the controller, you can actually power the console when it's not plugged in, because it'll be powered through the controller port. And it works totally fine. So imagine all the things that can happen plugging and unplugging controllers when the console is running. Grogers. We got some mummies and images coming up. The big thing is that we're trying to not get a bunch of wizard fights here. We will unfortunately have some wizard fights here, but we're trying to kind of minimize that on each of the trips in. And with my lit 2s, I should be fine, even if we have a bunch of wizards too. Be able to clean them up in the second round. So it's vampire time. Vampire time is now over. Good fight. As I power the console with the controller is a bad idea for longevity. It is a bad idea for your longevity. For the console, it's probably totally fine. Slightly annoying numbers, but very manageable. These next levels are going to be quite helpful for the hit points, and just enough damage to be able to actually one-shot these things. Now for phase 2. The second trip in, we're also going to have some discussions about wizards. It's wizards or images or cockatrices. There's a very bad stretch about halfway through this dungeon, where unfortunately you're going to have to make some tough choices about which ones you want to fight. Things with petrification, things that are unreadable and are very annoying, or things that have paralysis, and any of these things can kill you. But they didn't put any diode in the 5-volt line. There's a lot of things that they did not put in. Like, these are very, very simplistic for cost reasons. Like, it would be a decent amount of money to augment to, like, the standards of modern devices, which is why the Nintendo for the top loader was $99. Like, it was a big deal that you could have a console that was the cost of 2 games. If you think about it, how many games a new console costs, like a PS5 is going to be like 11 full price games. If you look at like a discount game, it's going to be like 25 games for the cost of the console. So this ratio has got to be like from a lot of cost-cutting measures that go in there. So many of these niceties are not in place. Now, one that they did do is that there are a really weird set of differences in some controllers. And it has to do with whether they are European region or not. Now, you wouldn't think that there would be region-locked controllers. But there are. And it's a really small difference about which end of the cable the capacitors are on, whether they're part of the system and on the board, or whether they're in the controller itself. It has nothing to do with any kind of like TV signal or anything like that. It is purely about like where in this chain of components a certain piece was placed. And I can't think of any reason why they would have had a different design for European controllers versus non-European controllers. Like, there's no like regulatory reasons or anything that I can imagine being a factor here. Like, it's just really weird. All right, we give the Ghouls a chance. But next time, we're going to give them death. Yeah, I don't know if there's any appreciable differences in price between the different controller designs. But the fact that it's different in regions is kind of the weird thing. And I could understand if it was like Japanese versus non-Japanese markets. Because Japanese markets come out first, and if they discover some type of new cost-cutting design, they can't really do it in a way that, because of compatibility reasons, you couldn't buy a controller and use it on your old console. So it makes sense with a new market. But what kind of throws a little wrench into that is that the original Japanese Famicom had hardwired controllers. You can't swap them out. They're like literally built into the sides of the system. So it isn't even really that. The Japanese didn't have pluggable controllers until the top loader, which is fairly far into the life cycle of the console. So there's really no advantage time-wise for that. And the difference between like a US and a European release timeline-wise also seems pretty small, that I don't understand why they'd have a difference there. But for whatever reason, there are differences in the controller designs, which can cause, depending on how you mix up the regions, some controllers to not work. And you find out that the console can run off the controller port by putting voltage on the controller port and seeing that the console turns on. It's not something that you're trying to do. It's something that accidentally happens, and then it's like, oh, now I'm terrified. It makes sense once you think about it, that the voltage lines out to the controller because it's running some kind of circuitry, and that it's not isolated in any way from the console itself, so that you can reverse the direction. But it's not something that you would intentionally set out trying to do. It's going to be something that you accidentally discover, and then it's like, oh, this is a neat fact. And not one that I am recommending that you try at home. But if you do try to be certain to get a lot of video, in case there's any explosions. On level 18 here pretty soon. We only have a handful of things that we have to fight in the Earth Cave. It's going to mostly come down to what do we want to fight? And is it worth the level up to taking a couple battles here? Pretty close. I'll see exactly what we're talking about for our levels. Like, I don't really want to fight the ogres and groters. They're kind of on the low end. Hyenas may be a little more interesting. Really, the bulls and up are what I think are going to be the backbone of things that are goodish value here. Yeah, 553. We are very, very close. Maybe I should have taken the Groger fight. Get the hit points ahead of time. I feel like Dan is a couple hundred back, so Dan's probably more like 1,000. Maybe tiger's enough. Double tigers. These things are worth a fairly good amount. They are really dangerous to mages, especially. They have a pretty nasty attack and then a very high critical hit rate, which up until now you've not seen a lot of monsters with critical hits. This might be a surprising first time that you just get absolutely wrecked by that. And we are just barely short. Oh well. Here we go. I guess we'll do this from power at the start. This is going to be, I think, delaying necessary at the third floor to not have a completely terrible stretch. Let's be more aggressive and just go back in a second time if it doesn't work out. The important thing is that hopefully it's a first try lich. For reference, level 17 is about when a speedrun is fighting chaos. So you gotta do some wacky things sometimes. Dan had the buckler, I know. That's 2 entire points of defense he's missing out on. You want a cap and leather gloves? That would be like an entire copper bracelet worth of extra protection. Nearly 2 whole iron shields. And nearly back to the depths of the Earth Cave here. This whole stretch is pretty much just, can we reuse chunks of the dungeon to make the game a little bit longer? They don't do it that often, where you are intentionally forced to backtrack through areas, but it is noticeable the few times it does happen, and most of the time it's going to be relatively early in the game, because once you have travel spells, it is a lot harder to force someone to do the type of backtracking and repetitive loops, so you kind of have to give up on that mechanic. Except for Halo. Because in that game, you play through the entire game and then you play through all the backwards. Just so they're twice as long. We've got Mummy coming up. I think we don't really want to deal with cockatrices. I do have a soft potion, we want to risk it. But I'll think about whether cockatrice is better than paralysis here. Problem with cockatrice is that once somebody gets petrified, And they're probably going to get petrified. They're no longer an eligible target. So now all the attacks go on the second person. Whereas if it's sleep touch or stun touch, they're still soaking up a lot of attacks that are probably not going to be that threatening. Skips wizards upstairs. At the cost of some paralysis peril. Images at least don't have multiple attacks per round, so they're not quite as bad as Spectres and Geists. And then here, these images are going to replace cockatrices, which are definitely pretty bad. 2 of these. Take the wizards? I think I take the wizards. Wizard's not a bad fight. Yeah, it's going to use some resources up. But Lit 2s are not fighting with my Fire 3s. We have the health to be able to tank things. We've only got 3 wizards, which is not bad. I think this is reasonable. Like either wizard on this end, or if you skip the wizard here, you're going to get Spectre Geist on the other end. And I really worry that you get to the far side of floor 4, and Spectre Geist with like 18 stun touches per round just puts you in an absolute lockdown. Like a level 17. And we will take our crack here at Lich. Assuming his first try, that's like 255 for Lich. Still on a reasonable pace for a one-night playthrough. Which if I don't need to do as much grinding in the late game, that would be very nice. Okay, I feel like with these levels, we can hopefully just go all the way through Ice Cave without stopping. And I don't want to do any real leveling until we have picked up like the ribbons, the pro rings, and we're really ready to kind of commit to getting whatever experience we need. And that's either going to be back to Ice Cave for Eyes, or it's going to be Agaba's and Gurgur Volcano. I feel like those are the 2 spots where this party can really shine. Zombies are probably a little bit out of our comfort zone for too long to be worth it. Going back to things like Earths and similar Calorodes is probably not that compelling. Read a class change here. Yep, we can do anything except use more than 2 characters. That is the only restriction that we have limited ourselves to. And with that, it is time for the first of the 4 fiends. Let's do this. Alright, just don't get paralyzed, Gem. It'll be so much easier if Lich's stun touch does not take us out. Good damage there. It's like 120 at this point. Oh yeah. That's a good Lich fight. We were pretty well prepared. And we are moving on. 1 fiend down. The thing is, the Fire 3, you first get a cast at 16, so it's really not a big difference between 16 and 17 at the end of it. So nearly all of that Earth grinding was required to get a Fire 3 off. If you were okay with Fire 2 and the fast spell, I think you'd have a pretty decent chance at Lich after that first Earth grind. You're probably to this stretch a little bit earlier. You are more efficient getting the equivalent experience to that second Earth grind, but you might need to do the grinding before you get through Ice and Ordeals, in which case you're probably not going to have any better areas to go to. So I don't know if that was the best way of getting to that stretch of the game, but it definitely seemed to work. This is where a Black Mage would be also really, really strong. You would only need level 12 for Fire 3. And so you would basically be able to kind of tackle things like Earth K with very many levels less. As long as you survived. You have to tank a pretty big Ice 2 hit there. And for a Black Mage, that's tough. But assuming you survive the Ice 2, get the fast off of the fighter, fighters chipping away at it, your Fire 3s could 2-round Lich, so maybe even you Fire 3 instead of fasting. But you definitely got to give it a go. Of course, you can then low roll Fire 3 like that. 75, I think, is the worst possible Fire 3 you can get. It is impressive how Dan does that so often. The base power is 50, and then trolls are weak to fire, so it gets a 1.5 multiplier. So 75, I think, is the worst case. This would be 50 for Fire 3, 60 for Lit 3, and then 70 for Ice 3. $80 for Fade and 100 for Nuke. What's it, Nuke and Fade are not elemental, they will never get the 1.5 bonus. They have, sadly, no monsters that can take advantage of that. Alright, more trolls. Just a few more for the road. Then we get our canoe picked up. More restocking of healing potions. I didn't use that many right around Lich, so this is going to be pretty fast, I think. And then we're off to Ordeals after this. And Ordeals is its own barrel of fun. Are done. Dan is still not getting a buckler. He does not deserve it. Dan knows what he has done. And he is not ashamed in the slightest. After class change, you get the 6-tier Lit 3 here. Invis 2 and Fog 2, but before class change, absolutely nothing. White Mage and Black Mage go a fair bit further into the spell list pre-class change, but Red Mage is just completely confident there. Does make our planning a lot easier for not having access to things with no real recourse. If we had a White Mage, I would probably seriously have some considerations about whether it's worth it to have a revive spell or not. Especially in Ordeals, that could be really handy. Anyways, what do we get in Ordeals? So we got the Ice Sword, we've got the Gold Bracelet, Zeus Gauntlet is amazing. Do I want the Heal Staff? I really don't want the Heal Staff. Probably gonna get the Heal Staff. Alright, the old man Greasy in the randomizer. There was an unfortunate industrial agama accident. And by unfortunate, I mean hilarious. very soon. There's going to be an ordeal here. Be a little bit careful about encounters on the walk down there. Don't have a lot of cabins left. This is kind of intentional, though. We're trying to minimize the number of save game items that we're holding on to. This is really minimizing them. Yeah, I can take it. I'm gonna go through there without having to use more than a cabin worth of recovery. So. Try number 2 should be good. Heal the house on the way out. I don't need the spell charges from that. As for this place, need to skip a bunch of battles here. The problem with Ordeals is that it is filled with really terrible encounters, and it is almost every single encounter kind of terrible. Not like 1 or 2 things you're trying to avoid, but like nearly all the fights really, really suck. There's only a tiny number of entry points where you can safely go in, some of which have more danger. Like we go in right now. This would be doable if you're willing to tank a couple of Medusa fights, which are very scary with a small number of characters. So we're gonna keep going. Another big stretch here where there's just nothing. Still nothing for a while. Sorcerers, mancats, gargoyles, just non-stop. You really weren't meant to go here until much later in the game. But routing-wise, because the dungeon's so short, you can kind of get away with sneaking in early, and then the items are pretty helpful for going back to Gurgur Ice Cave. So while it's not totally intentional, it actually works out really well for a lot of speedruns to do ordeals early. One more to go. So we'll go in now. This is one option where you have leeway to grab the heal staff without any negative repercussions. Do end up fighting, I think, an extra mummy battle? But that's kind of planned. It's not, you know, by chance or anything. And for this team right now, I minorly worry about mummies. The large quantity could mean that both characters get put to sleep. However, sleep is not super annoying. Fire 3. Hopefully the other Zombo fight is not a triple. I'm gonna have a fire 3 for the zombies at the end. Even though there are a lot of experience, the ideal thing would be getting like 1 Zombo just so we can easily clear it out. XP is not the important factor for the current travel through. It's all about survival. And also about touching pillars. Gotta make sure you touch the bottommost pillar in every single room. Maximum zombies, maximum mummies. Good start. They immediately put to sleep. See if Jim gets a turn. Nope, Jim gets put to sleep. Both of them got put to sleep 1 action before they get to go. Alright, this time he gets put to sleep more actions before he gets to go. That's That's why mummies can be a little bit concerning, but really not the major threat. Because Zombies got stun touch. That's the one that I worry about a lot more. There's apples here or Medusa upstairs. Again, you can make a choice. But if you're this far in, you probably don't really want to roll the dice on Medusa not petrifying your characters. Zombo makes a lot of sense. And then so you'll sneak past the nightmares, no problem. I think I will grab the heal staff. With fewer characters, the economics of the heal staff heal event don't really work out super well. You can store the items, so you don't have to worry about inventory issues. But you're only getting 2 heal staffs per round, and so the amount of health going in is kind of puny. That will not stop me. What about the Dan Cats? Oh, you do not want the Dan Cats. Those things are really, really weird. There's our ice sword. There's our gold bracelet. There's already some excellent upgrades here. We're going to take that. Silver sword down to Dan. Coral sword we can sell off. Short sword we don't even need. But heal staff on Dan as well. That's going to be less likely to be usable there. Gold bracelet we can put on Dan. Gold bracelet is in some ways better than the iron armor that the fighter has on, since you are going to get a better evasion score. And fighter really needs evasion so that you're not just getting slapped around by all these stun touches all the time. That would make that slightly better. They can do with what we got. I've got here is the Zeus Gauntlet. I'll put that there. All healed up. All set for the zombie fight. Hopefully 1. Okay, I'll take 1 zombie. That's at least a little bit nicer. Good dodge by Dan. Gold bracelet already putting in some work. Zombie has already been defeated. Ordeals is done. And hopefully this is when the game really starts to speed up. Well, after you get to the ice cave, then it's going to speed up. Still have another really tough dungeon to go. Safety house is so weird. In this case, it does seem to work, and we get to go over to the ice cave here. Gotta be so nice. Actually, do elf land first. Get a little bit of restocking done. I need some more save game items. But then we get to go to the ice cave. Just as lovely as we've always imagined. So not a lot of heal potions used up. This will be a pretty small number to buy here. We'll get be like 6 or so cabins. Don't want to buy too many because then I have to possibly throw a bunch away for Gurgu Volcano to make our heal potions line up there. Thinking the splits, I've got Gurgu Volcano before Sea Shrine. It's a question of whether I actually need Gurgu Volcano for anything, though. We're going to have an opportunity to grab Ice Mail here. But maybe I don't grab it. Let's just get the class change stuff done. Pick up stuff like Dragon Mail a bit sooner. It's mostly going to come down to, is it worth taking the extra bit of time traveling around, getting ready? Or do you just go and belt carry? I think there's pretty good arguments either way. If you go and just get carry taken out, fighter gets flame mail. There's not really a lot of things that are going to be in Gurgur that you have to worry about. But if that's where you want to get your grind done, you would love to have element of protection and also a little bit better weaponry so that you are able to very efficiently chew through a bunch of Agamas. Whereas if you're not doing your grind in Gurgur Volcano, then Gurgur getting done fast is no problem. So what's it gonna be? I guess I only need fire resistance. So one potential compromise would be ribbon on the red mage. Get that out of the waterfall. And you don't need a second ribbon on the fighter for anything. That would probably work. And you can get, if you'd like, the defense sword out of waterfall. And if you really want to, get Dragon Mail out of Mirage Tower, along with Sun Sword. That might be going a little bit further than you want to at that point, but then you'd have way better defense and some opportunities to have better offense that should make the Agama grind go super quick. I wonder if that's going to be it. And then what if somebody ever figures it out? It would be very nice to have a dedicated grind route for Ice Cave where you're going in with the warp spell and come up with some pattern of enemies where you get a reasonable number of eyes and then can warp out. That would probably be a great idea, because with this Ice Cave trip, basically the idea is, but first we get a power cycle console because you pretty much always do that. And you skip one battle here. This gets rid of a cockatrice mummy fight. Then you skip a second battle here. This gets rid of another cockatrice mummy fight. Cockatrices are really not very fun. But then you go in and fight cockatrice mummies, because if you skip the third one, a lot of bad stuff's going to happen very quickly. There's just a very tiny window where the Ice Cave is even moderately, minutely acceptable. Like, this is still going to be pretty nasty in spots, but it is the best you can reasonably get from the early power cycling for the initial trip through. And I feel like a better route should exist for a future trip that is dedicated to eye grinding. And I've probably said this for like many challengers of the past, but one day it would be maybe a good idea to actually figure out what to do for it. Look at that Zeus Scarlet. It is in the right spot. Okay. Good enough. Yeah, Flame Sword is a little bit of value here. Don't know if it's super worth it. Nice new furrows. With fewer characters, the furrows are going to be less damage, but also more annoying to go and kill. Just don't have the spare turns to go and take out the small enemies. think I skipped the flame sword. And I think we don't get the ice mail here. Ice mail requires facing a frosty, and it's not that scary, but if it is not required, then I think we can ignore it for the time being. And I'll use my extra steps going down here to get the money. Some of this probably is going to make sense. We did a lot of grinding on earth elementals who have pretty bad cash. So I imagine that money is going to be a bit of an issue for getting gold bracelets. I guess we don't need gold bracelets. Getting pro rings and the bottle. As well as potentially some higher tier spells for the red wizard. Okay, that's in. If you pick up the flame sword, you probably don't want to grab that on the first loop through. Second loop, you have a little bit more time, and you might not even want to get the top row of chests, just so that you're less likely to run into wizards at the very end of the fight, or end of the dungeon. More of these things, that kind of sucks. There definitely did not help. We can probably finish him off with a Zeus. The 2 being neutral can very low roll on that, but that's decent. And that is bottom floor done. Now we just want to be avoiding the bonings. That is very, very important. It's also pretty important to have over 300 health here, which quite unusually we're going to have on the red mage. This is typically only something you're going to have on a fighter. And even then, it might be kind of dicey depending on what level you go in and what your rolls are like. Health. XXXX is not going to affect us. Gonna grab the ice shield here. With the ice shield, we finally can get a little bit of protection from the stun touches on a lot of the undead fights. That makes the second loop through a tremendously large amount better. Here we go. It's eye time. That was eye time. 18? Currently, the eye would be a very scary fight. I also don't know how many available steps I have to really play with. So we're just gonna leave. But each eye is 1 1/3 Agamas. They've got a lot less hit points than an Agama. So right now, definitely, it would be a lot easier to kill an eye than it is to kill an Agama. So you would get your levels faster, you'd get the fights quicker, you wouldn't have as much damage you take. And if you have elemental protection, you don't have to worry about the Brax and the other nasty stuff that the eye throws out there. There's the Gurpeed. So next battle upstairs is Wizards. With Lit 2s, we should be fine. What would be really smart would be to, this is there, so we can have Lit 2s times 2. And if we do get Wizards, then we'd be able to kill them in 1 round. We don't get Wizards? That's perfectly fine as well. Ice Cave is done! That's a pretty big relief. Alright, so we've had another very smooth dungeon there. We're starting to get the payback for the leveling that we did back in the vampire stretch. That was a pretty large amount of grinding. Almost a solid hour to go in between asters, which I did beat at a lower level than I originally projected. So I need it more anyway for Vampire. But since then, we've been able to just kind of fly through all these junks. And so now we're pretty much back on track for somewhere in the 5.5 hour range for this playthrough. We'll see if we can keep this pace going for a little while longer. A major thing is going to be, do we have to do another substantial grind, or can we get away with something really small to be ready for Sky Castle? So I think Gurgu Volcano is going to be a breeze. Sea Shrine shouldn't be that bad. Got our third warp charge, so we can actually get out of places that would otherwise be kind of trouble for a single red mage. Yeah, this is looking like it might work. Let's go. So let's see, money is 120,000. So we have the bottle, we've got 2 Proing purchases. Do have money from selling a couple items. I've got some money in Cardia that I can grab. I feel like I don't need to buy the fighter a gold bracelet. I'll just wait until I get the Flame Mail at Gurgu. Or if we go to Dragon Mail first, that would be also a pretty efficient way of doing it. And away. Hit the sky. And then we're headed to the scene of the robberies, which will be taking place tonight in the Cardia Islands. It's amazing how often Dan is found at the scene of crimes. Nearly uncanny. There we got another big chunk over here. Only 1 box that you don't really need. And the other islands are not nearly as good as this one, so one-stop shopping for most of the loot. That's about 20k total. Next up, the questing. Just gotta pick up the bottle, go over to Gaia, get that turned in for the Oxiel, get the armor purchase that we need. It'd be a good time to sell our stuff back at that point. Alright, bottle purchased. Selling stuff, we're probably at like 100,000. Probably should have done bomb it while I was there. Didn't really need to break that up into 2 pieces. Now that I think about it. Silver armor's out. Silver shield is out. Silver gauntlet's out. I'll keep the Zeus gauntlet for right now. So I got a ribbon on the red mage. You still want to have the purring for death resistance, so that's done, that's done. 56,000 left over. A lot of healing potions. But is that really what we want to spend our cash on? Maybe about Fire 3 and Lit 3, that's something like 32,000. And then it's another, I want to say 45,000 for Ice 3. It's a lot. Ice 3 might not be practical here. But at least we got the Oxiel. So that's done. That's what I was mixed up on. I was thinking I'm going to do bomb it after I get the warp spell. But obviously, displaying a randomizer. You can't get the warp spell until you class changed. And you can't class change until you go down every single one of these unnecessarily long hallways. Alright, maybe you thought the hallways were pretty long. Or maybe even slightly unnecessary before, but at this speed, we are not even halfway done with the trip. Well, we are 100% of the way done with getting attached. And we're doing pretty good at getting class change complete too. There's our upgrade. So now we can start plotting some things out. The fighter is going to be getting spell slots at like 19, 21, 23, 25. Is that correct yet? It's correct. 25 is pushing it. So we might lose a cure and a cure too. With only 2 characters, we are going to be taking less damage from AoE attacks. I don't know if that's going to be good or bad versus taking more damage from just getting targeted by all these enemies. But hopefully we've got enough health for making it through Temple of Fiends without a whole bunch of really elaborate heal helmets coming. Going into this. Do I just have Fire 3 right now? I can change my mind and get Life 1 and Warp, but I'm going to get Cure 3 and Warp. And let's hope this does not backfire. The lack of revives is going to be one of those things where you either never need them, that's a pretty high probability case, or you need them really, really badly. There's not really an in-between. Cure spell here. Remy's going to grab the Ruse spell. That way we can have the defense sword on fighter all the time. Don't have to worry about shuffling that around ever. Elfland will grab Cure 2. I should already have picked up Ice 2, I believe. Another one that's probably worth checking, because I can't remember, but I'm pretty certain we did. Yeah, we got Ice 2 already, so we are done through 5th tier on Red Mage. If I've got the money for it right now, I will do the Lit 3 spell out of Crescent Lake. And 40,000 should be plenty. Lit 3 is the last one I can kind of see some practical value out of. Ice 3 is going to be like 26, 27, 29 for levels. If we are not done by level 29, then I don't know what to tell you. It's been certainly an adventure. Alright, some houses would be good. Max out heal potions, that'd be great. The plan is to do Waterfall before Gurgu. So we're going to go up to that. It means a little bit more walking around since you're doing the little stretch between going into Onrak and the airship a second time, but that's probably not a big deal. And the idea is that we get a lot better defenses for the Gurgu trip, which should make the grinding a lot more efficient if we want to grab some more Agnes. Maybe speak for everyone here when I say we want to grab as many Agamas as we possibly can. It's going. It is waterfall time. And if I combo this with the slab, that would be a not too inefficient way of unlocking Mirage. That's going to be a second desert walk. Just like the walk here, it's like maybe 2 encounters. I could see it being worthwhile. With the defense sword, which passes the ice sword down to red mage. Basically eliminates the need to pick up any weapons in Gurgu Volcano. Flame Mill's at the very end, but if we have the Dragon Mill, we don't even need it. We have the shield situation sorted out. Try to convince myself that I can go into the left-hand side of Gurgu this way, and that would get me some time back. It feels like it'd be possibly true. And if it's possible, then we should definitely do it. These got upgraded. I mean, you have to spruce up the place every now and then. You can't have the same tablecloth all the time. Eventually. You just need something different. Oh, I will say, there is a certain nostalgia that you have for seeing some dead snails on the screen. The Ninja's just not as good as that. Well, that was pretty good. There may have been only the briefest of glances, but I am pretty certain that a bat may have been making an appearance out of bounds. Now that is the best. Alright, no wizard staff for us. We're gonna grab the ribbon here. Get some money, get the defense sword. Get out of here. Alright, stuff we can sell if we need to. Ribbon's gonna be on red mage here. And you could put the Zeus Gullet on, that'll mostly be a thing if we want to have Zeus Gullet, like when we're talking about like post-Pro Cape days, and that's who knows how long away. The only thing I know is that we are gonna go get that slab. If I pick up the slab and the chime, that's going to be 2 items. Which is this theme is moving an item to the left. I think we have the right number of heal potions, or right number of items to make our heal potions be in a good spot. Not totally certain, but we'll at least pretend like that could be the case. Let's figure out what we're going to do for getting through this. Alright, starting the encounter cycle makes a lot of sense. And then for Sea Shrine, the first fight sucks. That's got a Naga on it. I'm going to skip that. If we're going upstairs, and I've got plenty of Lit 2 spells, I think we can just go in with this. There are some additional skips you could do to get rid of the Sahags. but I don't think we need to because we have a way of actually killing them. So this is plausibly fine. What I might want to do is put Zeus Goblet up here for right now. Or we can double it too. Alright. Let's see what that sea shrine's got up in the Mermaid floor tonight. Hoping that we get some good stuff. Opal Bracelet's gonna be a big upgrade. Everything that we can grab here for experience is gonna be decent. 0.9 of an Agama for a Girth Shark. This is actually a pretty respectable fight. You can get some pretty good leveling here. And one thing that was really surprising that I found out in the course of some challenge runs in the past is that the morale scores of Sea Shrine monsters are really high. Higher than they are in Mirage Tower and Sky Castle. Which means if you are a very high level character, if you're doing a solo grind of like level 50, the Sea Shrine monsters are not going to run away. Whereas a lot of things around Mirage are going to panic and leave. Making it so that this is actually better if you need a spot that's close to an inn, where the fights are going to be able to be completely uninterrupted. Now, this is assuming that you can't do like an eye grind or something else for whatever reason. But there are legitimate cases where that's a thing that you need to consider. And the number one impact that's going to be is if I ever do the solo characters on NES again, where you have to manipulate the level ups. Being next to an inn is really important. You can't take a whole bunch of levels because you need like every single strength point or vitality point. And so this is actually a really, really good place to do it. Whereas if you don't care about the points, then you can get away with a lot of other less clean alternatives. I want the mage staff. Fire 2 is alright, I guess. And we're warping out of here, so I don't have to worry about the encounters. I think I'm going to grab it. Light Axe is useless. Money here is not amazing, but that's probably about it. Even skip out on these snacks. Okay. In here, we've got a couple of things. So we got the Opal Bracelet. Fighter could maybe use the Opal Helmet and the Gauntlets and the Shield, which I don't normally grab. But we might make an exception here. This means a lot more walking because I can't warp out directly after picking up the slab here. Or wait, I'm going over to Aegis Shield and getting that. Well, that could work. Alright, there's Helmet. Probably don't need Gauntlet, but I can sell it. And there's Slab. I definitely don't need that. You'll take that. You'll have Opal Bracelet right now. I'll pass that down to the Red Mage later. There's item for sale if we need some cash. Probably we're going to be holding on to swap in for Fighter when we get rid of Zeus Goblet and actually do that now, because this is it. Now we have a couple things in Mirage Tower that you need Zeus for. Mage Staff makes a lot of sense there. I don't need the shield? Don't think I need the shield. Sometimes I gotta think about, like, based on the order that we're doing this, it's a bit custom every time. Like, I could have grabbed the Opal Armor on that floor, but if we're going to Dragon Mill, I don't need to. If we're gotten the Opal Shield, but if we're going to Aegis Shield, we don't need to. If we're getting either of those armors, then maybe I get the Flame Mail out of Gurgu Volcano. Like, there's many different variations for how we proceed here. But I think this does make reasonable sense. And I'm going to get the Chime. It's going to be my heal potions to the right. So I actually do not want any more save game items. think I'm just going to buy a couple of houses, and we want these in pairs. Should be good. I'll buy soft potions. There really isn't a lot of uses for soft potions, but I could maybe imagine that somehow a petrified red mage might be snuck past Lich. It's just an idea. Right, that's the... Going down to Melmond here to burn it to the ground and to turn in our slab. Also to welcome in Vrexia. Vrexia, thank you for the raid there. Hope you had a good time streaming tonight. For those joining us, this is a challenge run. The original NES Final Fantasy, but we are only allowed to use 2 characters. We've got a fighter, we've got a red mage, and hopefully we've got a good and solid time here as we go and kill chaos. So welcome in. Stinbar, Cineporf. Hope you have a good time tonight watching Vrexia. Enjoy some Final Fantasy. We're definitely more than halfway through. We have killed only one of the 4 fiends, but we are getting a lot of the quests done before killing fiend number 2. So I expect that we're going to be shooting through here pretty quickly. Hey, Vrexia. Thank you very much for the raid there. Thank you very much for resubscribing back for 40 months. And thanks to your support. Dan. May not even be the worst light warrior on this team. That's Jim's job. Around here to grab the chime. I would love to have most of my items picked up, but going to the bottom of Sea Shrine doesn't make a lot of sense here before cleaning up on Carrie. So I'm going to commit to the plan. How's the night been going? It has been pretty solid. We had a very good start. I think that we got creative with Astos and used mute, which is not normally something you see with a melee type of build. You can mute Astos to basically reduce his damage if you're playing with like white mages. But here I used it to be able to avoid a bunch of grinding pre-Marsh Cave. So the first big chunk, getting out to the Outer Sea, that went very smoothly. And as we ended up doing more grinding for Lich, that was the only spot they've had a substantial grind here so far, is just going to get ready for Vampire. And then since then, we have been absolutely cruising. It was not quite first try on Astos, but definitely less than 10 tries to kill him. Which I think is respectable. Alright, there's our chime picked up. Go a little bit further up here. We have to double save because there is a bug in this version of the game where the house will recover your spell charges after it saves the game. So basically, use a house, it looks like everything is fine. You get 120 points of healing. You get your spell charges back. The game's been saved, but because of the order it doesn't. If you reset, the health is there. The house is gone. But the spell charges, those are gone too. And it's a really annoying bug, so it results in having to double save every time that you use a house. This was thankfully one of the many bugs that were fixed in old remakes. Another Zomble before we go. Ooh, nice, that's a lot of Zombles. Not that Zombo experience is the most critical thing in the world, but if we're picking up a fight for free here, every Agamorther experience is precious. Renamed Houses Cabins. It renamed everything. Basically, over the years, they slowly migrated from the English translation to what was essentially the original Japanese names. And you can kind of see the evolution because the PlayStation version, which was in the US the first of the remakes that came out, is kind of in between, where it's got some of the names updated, but it still has like Fire 2. It just spells it out with more letters. So you get some kind of funky things. Actually, I'm going to go right to Mirage Tower. Let's trust in the process. We're going to grab our stuff here for defensive items, then we're going to go to Greater Volcano. It's all going to be fine. Oh, it's not fine, Dan. It's hurting so much. What's there? Let's see. We can use our warp spells. Doing some math here. I think we want to be grabbing the stuff up here first, and then warp back down to first floor. Just depends on whether you want to get guards or vampires. Guards are probably a little bit nicer, although Jim can get paralyzed, which is not as nice, until we grab the Dragon Bell. Dragon Bell here for the fighter. We'll get the Sun Sword for the Red Mage. I guess you can put the Sun Sword on the fighter if you really want to. There's good arguments for the Sun Sword being a little bit better at attack than the Defense Sword is. And you kind of want to prioritize fighter having the most offense you possibly can. But dropping down to the Ice Sword on the Red Mage, that might impair our Agaba grinding abilities. We want our Agabus to be as finely ground as possible. Dragon Bell definitely. Aegis Shield's going to be pretty good here. Heal Helmet is not critical, but if we want to do Heal Scumming and Temple of Fiends, this might be the best chance to grab one. Pro Cape's upstairs, White Shirt's upstairs. Unfortunately, the Ribbon's upstairs, otherwise we get the Ribbon for the fighter here. Adamant's upstairs. Yeah, there's just a couple things that we can pick up here on floors 1 and 2, and then we'll be over to Gurgu Volcano. Thorhammer, Dragon Mail, and the Sun Sword. Couple person here, that's going to be best in slot for Red Mage. Dragon Mail on Fighter's going to be best in slot. Sun Sword is going to live here for right now. The Excalibur will give the fighter a nice little boost. At this point, I think that this kind of thing can just be ignored. Zeus Gauntlet, do I even really need it at this point? Probably no. And then have Lit 2 fire 2 off of that. Ribbon's just going to cast him if we need to. That looks good there. Over on this side, we got a couple things to grab. Do I want the Nightmare Batman? I kind of do, but let's run. It's too bad, but maybe next time. There's Aegis Shield. So Ice Shield can be sold, but probably not need it. It's all for sale down here. That. that is our helmet that maybe gets used for grinding, but I really hope it doesn't come down to that. All right. That looks good. Got our heal potions in the right spot. We don't need to save again. We've got our Tyro in the gravy zone. That is the best zone for a Tyro to be located in. Sandworm Crack is surprisingly dangerous. I did not expect to see these here. But luckily, it only killed. I think Dan's the one that had the ribbon, so this makes zero sense. That could have gone really, really badly. Are going to Crescent Lake to get a brand new Dan. Make sure that we don't accidentally revive the thieves. That would be very embarrassing. Alright, so we are good to go here. I want the one house. There looks good. We're not picking up a quest item in Gurgu Volcano. Alright, typically I'd be doing this next to Gurgu, but we're just going to skip one battle. And head inside. That battle gets rid of, I think it's gargoyles at the start. There's a relatively crummy fight that you get like 2 steps into the dungeon. It's very obnoxious. But if you skip that, then you shouldn't really have too many problems for nearly the entire way down. We can also take advantage of the fact that we are a bit higher level than normal. We have good elemental protections to make sure that we can definitively say that, yep, it's good to me. Fire resistance on both characters. Pretty good offense here. If we can do that much damage to an Agama, I would be very, very optimistic about how this grind's gonna go. Figure out is what are we grinding to? $25 should definitely have an extra attack on the mage. It might be 24. 25 also gets me the last cure / cure 2 on the fighter. They're kind of converging. But you have experience left because you're going to be going through Bottom of the Sea Shrine, through Sky Castle. So I definitely don't need to get 25 all in one go here. We can skip the Ice Sword and the Flame Shield, and we don't need the Flame Mail downstairs. I think we can pretty definitively declare that it is officially Agama O'Clock. Let's do this. Agama grind for whatever we need. It's either this or go back to Ice Cave. And this way we don't have to go back to Ice Cave, which sounds kind of nice. The downside's going to be if we could one-shot the eye, it's maybe fewer attacks happening. You're going to get an Agama in a third per battle, so every 3 eyes, you get 1 Agama free. It's a matter of, does the setup time outweigh the time you spend here? Definitely if you're going to go like level 50. The eye would make a ton of sense. Even level 30, I think the eye would win. But we're going at 25-ish. It's hard to say for certain. But the agamas, they do seem pretty delicious. It's like we had with the Earth so long ago. Because this is a trap tile, we get really fast times to get in and out of the encounters. You're still paying a little bit for the celebratory animation at the end. The text displays and things, but you're not walking around a whole bunch, which really is helpful, even if you could go to an area that had better XP per fight. You gotta divide that by how much time it takes to get into that fight, where here it's really, really fast, and also how much time it takes to do the fight. The Agama's a one-shot. It would be a little bit faster. That's kind of like the only minor thing, but we are very consistently one-rounding it, even with 2 characters. So I'm hoping this is at least reasonable. Probably the thing that is most impactful overall is, did we need the second round of Earth farming? Because that was a pretty hefty investment, going to buy heal potions over at another town, coming back to Earth Cave, grinding the Earth for a while. They're going to be way slower per fight than this is. It's going to be less experience per fight than this is. So if you could get that experience and then not compromise how much time it takes to do everything in between Vampire and here. And that's the big question, is like, how much time did we save by being a couple levels higher, going through Ice Cave and Ordeals and that whole stretch that we just did? Because there's a lot of stuff there that would have been certainly more painful. Well, an extra 2 or 3 levels. Then you get all the experience here on Agnes. We can discover so much knowledge that otherwise may go unrespected. I mean, really. Agama safety is very important. And these facts will help you. Maybe not in ways that you fully understand, but they will definitely help you understand the Agama. More than a full level going in here so far. We're at a point where the experience curve is mostly flattened out. It's still going to be growing a little bit for another couple levels. But I'm kind of trying to get a rough sense about how many minutes would it take to get to level 24. And I think going from 24 to 25 in Sea Shrine Sky Castle seems pretty reasonable. Trying to shoot for 25 at the start of Temple of Fiends, and then not really expecting to take things in Temple of Fiends. Just whatever unrunnable stuff is on the way, that is all we are really dealing with. And I believe it's just like a purple worm fight upstairs. 1 or 2 purple worms. You've got the fire elementals downstairs. We've got 1 more purple worm fight downstairs on Tiamat's floor. That's probably less than a level. So we come out of here 24. 25, exiting Tiamat 26. Optimistically at Chaos, that would be it. 26 is pretty decent for a solo fighter here. Math's got level 24 for the Hazian. Yeah, I think it's either 24 or 25, because it's going to be 10 and a half levels, more or less. I know 35 is a breakpoint for the fighter. So it'd be either 25 or 24. And 25 is when I get another spell charge for the fighter. That's going to be the last of the 4 charges that you get. We class change at 18. So 19, 21, 23, 25 are all spell charges. There's a little bit of advantage going to 25. But in theory, if you went to 23, and you got 24 in Temple of Fiends, you would have all but one of the spell charges, and you would have the extra attack just in time for Chaos. Also, I think based on what we have seen here so far, you could probably take like 1,000 Agamas on a stack of heal potions here. You are really, really good at farming Agamas at this point. Too good. There's 22 picked up. About 4 minutes level. We're to 23 and some change. And assuming it's 24 for the Mazmune, that would definitely work out. We go to 22 and a half. And assuming that we get about a level in Sea Shrine and Sky Castle, that would work out. But do actually get that if we are not at a full party size. A lot of things that I pick up normally in those trips, it's because you got 4 characters, so you can toss out a couple attacks per round, a Zeus Skull and a Mage Staff. Like, you have enough damage output that it makes sense to go and just kind of casually grab things you're going past. With 2 characters, it may not be the case. Like, you can kill a solo eye, that's no problem. But you're probably not really wanting to fight a pack of bad men. They're pretty bad. I think we go to 23, and that'll be it. And we'll work on getting 24 the rest of the game. That should be relatively safe. If I need 1 level instead of a level and a half, I'm pretty confident that even if you're not getting a lot of stuff on the way, you're going to pretty definitively have that between Sea Shrine, Sky Castle, and also the first half of Temple of Fiends. So ideally, get the extra attack pre-Kraken. I guess the only other complication is, when does the red mage get fast charges? That may be somewhat relevant. Don't need a fast for Lich. So carry Kraken, Tiamat, Chaos, plus a bonus for a slow 2. That's going to be 5 fasts is pretty decent. Do you need a fast for Phantom? That may be a question. So 6 is probably really good. Alternatively, I could hit Phantom with like a Fire 3. Hope that was enough. And then combo that with the Plater and the Excalibur. Think about it. Yeah, Gofflin, thank you much for the raid there. And welcome everyone coming in from Fred's channel. We've got tonight a Final Fantasy challenge run, only 2 characters allowed. Our fighter and our red mage have been carrying this strangely colored carpet with them in their quest to defeat chaos. And we're pretty far into it. This is going to be probably the last bit of grinding that I do, and then we go and charge down the fiends. We've already gotten a lot of the quest items out of the next stretch, so it is a pretty quick trip through Carry, Crack, and Tiamat. Just talk about what we think the level that I need for Chaos is going to be. And working on that, level 23, which should be coming up pretty soon, is where I am planning to stop this grind. Welcome, Ralphian. Flounder 3 at 8. Is it 58? Hope you're all doing well here tonight. Hope you enjoyed watching Fred. There's level 23 on Jim. We are very close to having it on Dan as well. You want to see how many fast charges we have? We might be ready to go. This is 23 plus a couple of Agamas for Jim. Alright, Storyteller team, have a good night and pleasant dreams. We'll be doing Diablo 1 next week. It's going to be a single-player mage, the last of the 3 character classes to go through for the original Diablo. Fighter and Thief have been done there. Alright, Dan's pretty close. He's at 5 fast right now. I think I'm willing to roll the dice here. If Dan doesn't hit 24 in Temple of Fiends, that's fine, because you're not going to get the spell charge anyway. We should definitely have 23 by the time we get there. Also, fun fact, Carry is worth nearly exactly 1 Agama. And it makes Carry probably one of the best of the 4 fiends. Now let's go fighter. This is going to be a really easy fight. Got some good swords, we got some good fast spells. Maybe get a good turn. Oh, we might have been able to get a one-shot on her. Instead, we had a 2-shot Carry like a chump. 2 fiends down. 2 more to go. And we're going on. Gurgu Volcano is done. Didn't even use a heal potion. Alright, so a little bit over 4 hours coming out of Gurgu. Five would be very ambitious. I feel like it's somewhere between 5 and 5.5 hours in order to fully complete this. Assuming that we get things first try in Temple of Fiends, that's going to be the riskiest spot, and also the spot that's the most costly to have a death in. You die at Chaos, it is a pretty considerable amount of time to go back through Temple of Fiends a second time. Okay, a couple minutes here. A couple minutes up to Tiamat. Probably 25 minutes through Temple of Fiends. So it'd be hard to see under 5 hours. We could be maybe very close. Like we did before. Skip 1 battle here. There's definitely some setups where you can skip multiple fights in the Sea Shrine portion of this. And that would let you avoid having to skip some battles downstairs, but I think either way, it is pretty similar for the total travel time. We should be good here. Grab some houses. The 1 battle in just gets rid of the Naga fight at the start, which is not even really all that threatening, because we do have lightning resistance on everybody. But since it's so common to have the fight skipped, like, I'd have to think about what the routing changes would be to go in one fight earlier. This is just the easy path. Dragoon Zero, thank you much for resubscribing back for 92 months. Thank you for the good wishes. I'm pleased to say that I hope you have had a wonderful time with Final Fantasy over the years. And I hope you're having a great time with our challenge run here tonight. 2 characters. And probably only 1 hour left to go. Never mind, I'm gonna knock anyway. I guess the left-hand side, you gotta skip 3 all the time. That means I'm gonna be probably in here a little bit earlier than I want. Don't know if that changes anything. This team can fight waters, it can fight Gersharks. Doesn't really want to fight ghosts. Zags are slow, but definitely fightable there. I guess the weird thing is because we're breaking apart the 2 parts of Sea Shrine, we have a lot less time spent in here on this trip than normal. Let's make for possibly some different routes too. Pretty sure Dan does not have the Zeus Gauntlet. Maybe he did have the Zeus Gauntlet. Those 2 for this place. Get free lit 2s for all the fights. We run into more sea snakes or things, that could be good. And it's only a 2-point defensive hit. I'll do that. Up to 4, then down to 3. Down to 2. Come up with water metals. Yeah, we got a big stretch of them at a certain chunk of this. I guess the question is, how many waters do I want to fight? Solo water is no problem. Even 2 waters we can probably just melee. 3 waters is where you might start thinking about Ice 2s. They're worth a good amount of experience. So it's not like we really object to it. It's more like, how long does it take and do we have to heal up afterwards? I think we might be able to just plow ahead. We'll definitely have the ribbon here. Alright, let's replace Opal helmet. Need a couple of those for ruses if we want to keep the mage safe for Kraken. Honestly, I don't even know that's required. We are skipping the Power Glove because in this version of the game, the Power Glove does not function. I think I'll be taking a couple of water fights here. As long as they don't gang up on Dan like that. They really are not that bad. Doesn't need any spell slots to hold on to. So 1 free round of heals there. We got the Gershark fight as a bonus. Gershark, if it comes with the big eye, is one of the better fights in this place. Look at that big eye. It's enormous. 1.2 Agamas for reasons that I cannot explain. There is no way this thing should be worth 1.2 Agamas of experience. And somehow it is. Alright. That's out of the way. Then we get more waters on the way up. I think we get 2 waters, and then that's about it for fights I can take here. Sky Castle. I guess we have maybe a little bit of Garden Vampire on the way in. So we need some Lit 2s and Fire 2s. An eye fight upstairs. I don't know if a Grim Medusa is going to happen upstairs. There'll sometimes be a nice pack of them. Got Kraken and Tiamat. Just trying to do the math on, like, does all this put together? When will we get level 25 on the fighter? And I'm hoping that the answer is before Kraken refight in Temple of Fates. I'm pretty certain that it should be mathing out here. Oh yeah, we are at 24. 25 is no problem. I believe we are very good. Wow, there's a lot of water elementals here, and I did not heal up. This could be awkward. It is slightly more water elementals than I expected to see on this trip. That's a really bad ice 2 rolls. That does not help. Make the somewhat noble decision to not buy the Life 1 spell to fit in Cure 3. Which we are going to be definitely getting some use out of here. Here, that should be good. Got some Lit 3s for Kraken if we want to go to town there. Or we can fast the fighter. Both are pretty good strategies here. I think if we're doing that, then we don't need to worry about the red mage having ruses at the start. So let's see this Kraken in action. Kraken 1's really not that scary. Kraken 2 is really that scary. Well, this one should be a breeze. Done next round. Just barely enough. All right. Dance Survivor. Words that have never before been spoken. Looks like we are done here. Sea Shrine is finished off. That's 3 fiends out of the way. Dan's level 24 now as well. Don't know if that got us a extra fast charge, but it would certainly be nice. Let's see what our totals looks like. Yep, 4 to 6. Okay, so now we could have a fast for Phantom. Or a fast for Lich. The Phantom fast idea would be that Phantom hits really, really hard, and it would kind of suck to have to do an extra round versus it. The Lich fast idea would be that we can roll the dice at getting really good turn order, and maybe have a Nucleus Lich. It is a tempting proposition. Time to decide. Because first, before that, We're gonna have some more Tyro. And then we're gonna go to space. Got one more fiend left before the big decisions. Let's get ready to go. We are headed into Mirage Tower. We've already done all the item collecting here for the tower portion, but we will have more items upstairs in Sky Castle to grab. Probably want to pick up the white shirt. I definitely want the adamant. I don't need the third ribbon. That's not very helpful with a team like this. The other thing in that room is the opal shield, which also not needed for a team like this. I think that means we're just going to have a custom amount of steps for getting ready for a Warmech. The numbers should work out. Guard, Vampire Guard going in. Little bits of experience here. Each of these guards and vampires is a half Agama. The manticores are a half Agama. By this point in the game, a very good fight is at a minimum like an Agama half, and you're often gonna have a lot of 2 Agama fights. So you're definitely getting some good XP when they're in sufficient quantities. Alright, 3. We can pass the blue dragon. Non-elemental? Or is our ribbon just effective? Sometimes I don't know whether that is the case. But anyway, we get to roll the dice here. Do we get the fast off before Jim attacks? Nope! Alright, at least we did not get Thunder here, but there's a second chance for it to Thunder in round 2. Jim needs to go first. And nice, Jim does. Alright, Blue D is not a problem. This is the same thing that we have for the Phantom fight, where if you get good turn order, it's really smooth. Kind of the same for Lich, to be honest. Am I getting the Pro Cape here? Pro Cape in Temple of Fiends at carry is not a bad choice. Hey, Mr. Crackler, this is a challenge run. We got 2 characters. The fighter, the red mage, and some defects that have unfortunately become attached to our shoes. Something I do want the white shirt. The downside being it takes away one of Dan's inventory slots, and we're gonna probably pay for that later. At a minimum, I'm losing the 6 defense, or the 8 defense off of a Pro Ring or a Pro Cape. I think we don't even need the Pro Cape after all. We're gonna be doing white shirt, then Pro Cape is pretty limited for its use. That's not the right shirt. That's the shirt that I want. Well, we don't need that, or that, or that, or that, or that ever. We'll keep the bare essentials here. Actually, I probably want to keep that pro. Never mind. We might have needed that. Let's be very careful to not get nuked by an evil man. It's pretty unlikely. They have to get 2 spells off. The spells are first going to be Expert, which is not a big deal. Then Nuke is the second one, which is a big deal. But they do not live long enough to get 2 spells, even if they did really want to cast spells, and they don't cast spells all that often. You'd probably be mostly okay. Let's get ambushed. If you get ambushed, then you're not okay. Just as hardcore as these Manticores here. Alright, Manticore is going to be the last one for this floor. We have fights I can take upstairs if we want to. There's a little bit of a delay before we are ready to go and try and slip past Warmack. Do I care about the Pro Cape? Not really. Do I want the Pro Ring back? I mean, honestly, not really. I think we'll just hang out here and take the experience. This will be fine. Alright, so once you see the garden sentry, that's when you get a little bit of clear space on the upper floor. This is because they increased the appearance rate of Warmack in the US version, that it is really difficult from power on to make it to Tiamat without having Warmack along the way. Because if you play the Japanese version, you cannot have a Warmack until 120 battles have passed from power on, which is a pretty long time. Like, you might get 20 battles in the course of a dungeon. And my theory has always been that they did that change specifically because the Take a Picture with Warmack contest was, for whatever reason, they thought going to be a flop unless Warmack was a lot easier to find. But it has led to some consequences throughout the ages. This change was reverted in all the remakes. As it should be. One more fight to go. Only one fighter is going to make Tiamat a lot slower. I don't have the Bane Sword, but my fighter is a little bit beefier than normal. We have a pretty good sized level advantage over what a typical speedrunner would have. So I'm hoping that makes up the difference for our damage output. It's 1,000 damage on Tiamat. Sometimes that is a lot. And having to go all the way back out of this dungeon, forge the Excalibur and come back in, which is probably what they intended you to do, really takes a long time. We are committed. Let's see, I can definitely afford to ditch these cure spells. I would like to avoid having to buy back too many healing potions after we get through this. Because every heal potion has to be purchased individually one at a time. It is a process. Ooh, one whiz vamp. Right, we can save a spell there. Can actually save one encounter by delaying on this floor. There is a higher encounter rate on the next floor than any other place in the game. Although the bottom of Temple of Fiends being up at like TMS floor does get kind of close. And so basically what this is doing is that one fight here is going to replace 2 fights upstairs. There's a very slight net win. What's every fight is moving you one fight closer to fighting a Warbeck. The wins are what we are here for. So all my cure 3s. Maybe like 10 heal potions we use up along the way. Don't think we even need the experience at this point. Just gonna go. No time for nachos. We are stuffed. Nacho said there's no time, but I will make an exception. This particular nacho was fully loaded. And this particular fiend is going to be our 4th and final fiend here. Let's go do this. I think we even need a defense. We're just going to offense. We're going to offense so hard here that hopefully Tiamat is going to be flustered over. But there's not a lot of offense. I am suddenly concerned about our offensing plans. Am I going to be fighting Warwick? I mean, you can fight a Warwick if you'd like. You are free to fight and hug as many Warwicks as you would like. I'll cordially invite Tiamat to continue biting us and not use those spells and skills. It would be really nice. That is less nice. It's 248, that's probably still fine. Jim's totally fine. 448 is going to be very survivable. Probably one more big hit left in Tiamat here. That's our 4 fiends. Trending just over the 5-hour mark here for the finish. Like, if we really, really rushed it, we'd be probably at Chaos at 5 hours, but that fight's going to be a long, long slog. So imagine, like, 5:10 is what we're shooting for. Really not bad. I was initially guessing, like, right around 5 hours would make a good round number to predict. And normally when you get to Lich, that's about the halfway point of the game. And Lich was closer to the 3-hour mark, so it's like, okay, 5 hours is probably kind of pushing it, but we are in the 5.5, 6-hour vicinity. And we've kind of clawed back a good bit of time here in the second half, having done more grinding early. Did cost us for our vampire time, but it has seemingly benefited us for making it a really smooth trip through a lot of these second half areas. They may even have gotten us the Excalibur. Alright, that's looking pretty good. I don't think we need this ice sword. It's a pretty nice sword, but we have better. A couple options there if we need to swap stuff in. Hopefully that is not the case. Picking up a very, very small amount of healing potions. I think we're ready for Temple of Fiends. Oh, where are our healing potions? Probably check that before figuring out what we want to do for items. Alright, this is a good spot. Temple houses work. Okay. Should be good to go. Let's get our preparation started. I need to skip some fights at the start of Temple of Fiends. This gets rid of gas dragons. It's a really nasty encounter. So we have a few battles to go. It's not nearly as bad as the ordeals, thankfully. Because they're both dungeons that have a tendency to be repeated more often than others. It's like Gurga Volcano, which you get through like first try every single time. Only one battle skip to start. Ordeals is like 12 battle skips. Makes it a lot more penalizing for every failure. Temple Fiends here is like 9 battle skips. Some of them you can do inside. Unless I really need the experience and don't have any problems with healing, try to do as many battle skips ahead of time as you can. Let's have a nice, hopefully clean dash. A couple of frosty scares. A purple worm or two that can cause some problems. But we are almost one battle away from being ready to go. This one's going to be all the way in the back. Covering the Mazune. I'm going to get the Mazune because I got the Warp spell. That's one thing that we had to think about for our spell allocations. Without Warp, it's really tough to get the Mazune unless you are willing to delay a long time on Tiamat's floor. That. You're in the way of my black orb. This may be the one and only time Zombies got a chance to score some points. They did not. We head 2,000 years back in time, and hopefully, we are headed to the finish. Alright, one blizzard is not terrible. You could lose a lot of heal potions worth of recovery very quickly if that frosty fight goes badly. Last skip there, that gets rid of all the nasty stuff up here. Well, there's some bad stuff. But the worst of it, you at least don't have to deal with the worst of it. Probably biggest risk is getting absolutely clobbered by Phantom. I've got 6 fasts, so I can either fast here or fast on Lich. Or I can smuggle Red Mage through, which would be probably advisable, to be honest. Red Mage does not have enough HP to survive nuke guaranteed, although there'll be a very good chance you get past it. I don't know if that's a chance we want to take. down. We're on to the backside, headed to our Elemental Fiend floors. This is where things get real. This is where we're going to see Jim's cousin Jamera. They hardly ever get to meet. We'll perform, this is fine. You'll get 1 or 2 here, and then downstairs it's 3 or 4. That's actually a pretty scary fight. With a small party, 4 purple worms is brutal. Like, maybe you want to have fast for a purple worm. It is that bad. That kind of sucked. There's only 1 blizzard. Could have been worse. By smuggling Dan through this. I think we're smuggling. Alright, so we're gonna take Dan's ribbon off. Keep the white shield, that's fine. We're gonna have the defense sword on the fighter. We're gonna move you back here. It'd be lovely to do that. We'll have the highest chance for Dan to be targeted. Does not have poison resistance, so he will be able to be petrified by these Germadus as well. We have a lot of Germadus as well. Okay, step 1 is to dodge. Step 2 is maybe thinning this Germadus pack out just a little bit. Do not kill them, Jim. Do not kill them all. Okay, heal for 1. Of 2, 3, 4. 4 is fine. This is a more reasonable number of Germadus to deal with. Now we can still be hit by criticals. We can still be glanced through ribbons. It's a 3 to 56 chance. But it's a very good odds that we successfully deal with all these Germaduses, and that we hopefully do not get, like, paralyzed unless there's something weird. Because we are going solo here for a bit. I can't guarantee that the red mage is going to survive the nuke. It would be pretty close. 400 is the highest nuke can roll. But there's no way to get the red mage back. And being a statue means that you're not able to be targeted by the spells. So this lets me get through here. You can also make this argument that it is similarly good to try this strategy on carry, even Kraken. The further in you go, the more questionable that it gets. But I can see some of the reasoning for why you might want to push this further. Now with 2 fighters, it's really, really good. Because then you're not as reliant on solo character here, just being a hero. But as we all know, Jim may not be the hero that we need. But Jim is definitely the hero that you all deserve. Got a dangerous carry up. Yeah, carry with a 326 rub is kind of a thing. There's definitely ways that this could cause problems. That's why I think that it makes a lot of sense for Lich. Because the nuke is 100% going to happen. And you can kind of see, like, percentage-wise, based on what your red mage hit points are, how likely is it going to survive. Whereas once you get here, what are the odds that carry like one shots the red mage versus gets a rub off? Well, there's certainly some problems. And having a fast would make those problems a lot less noticeable. Pretty good firefight here. We're potentially trying to funnel some experience onto the fighter. The more fighter experience that we have, the slightly higher our damage numbers go, which could be kind of important here. So I got a pro cape. This point, do I ever need the Zeus gauntlet again? I probably don't. So Dan might be rocking pro cape plus white shirt for the rest of it. Well, let's say versus carry. White shirt probably doesn't help if you're just going to be fasting the fighter and swinging away. So this one would probably be Zeus plus white shirt for a little bit longer. Get you back here. Put the ribbon back on. Starts in a pro cape. That looks good there. We got our motley assortment of items that hopefully will help us out. I think we probably should have the red mage for the back. Our second fiendry fight. Here it is. It's carry time. Now, I don't know if this is the strategy for Kraken, because Kraken, you're going to be less likely to one-shot. That was actually pretty close to it. We had 700 that we had hit. 616 is not bad. That's a very, very good carry fight. 2 down. 2 more fiends to go. Kraken is where things are going to get definitely very interesting. It's going to be a lot tougher to quickly kill Kraken, so we probably do want to round of buffs. But the longer I'm buffing, the less time I have to put offensive buffs on, and that's a big liability. It's also a lot of pain. Piles and piles of pain, in fact. No one take us to pain town. Like our good old buddy Kraken here. Are we white shirting? Or are we fasting? I think we white shirt. So I'll do that. I'm going to put Dan in slot 4. Less likely to be targeted for a melee attack. Fighter's all set, ready to go. We can defense sword the fighter as well. So we got 1 round in with defense. Kraken lit 2, perfect. We just want to see not a melee attack in round 1. That helps out a huge amount. Now fighter's very hard to hit already. And after a couple of white shirts, fighter is going to be in great shape. In the meantime, we're not doing tremendously good damage because we don't have fast up, but we're working on it. There's 2 white shirts. I think after a 3rd white shirt, Dan can probably spend the turn fasting, and then, depending on turn where Kraken might die that turn or the turn afterwards. It's probably going to be that turn, because that was a big hit. That is how the Kraken crumbles. 3 down. This encounter here is going to be sorcerers downstairs, so you really want to wait for this before you head downstairs. We're going to be still able to grab the Mazmune here at a good time. I don't know what which I think I probably want Zeus Gauntlet back on. The thing I'm going to watch out for is the Purple Worm fight. That's going to be where it can get dicey for the red mage. We have one more battle here. How many fast do I have? 4 left? Okay. I think we're going to fast for the purple worms. And I don't know if it makes a big difference, but it should mean that we can one-shot them from there. You still take a lot of hits. Okay, it's only 3. This is good. Yes, keep hitting. And fast spell off first, which means that we get the first purple worm down this round instead of having to take 2 rounds for it. At these levels, you're kind of close-ish to a purple worm one-shot, but I don't think it's going to happen at like 25. If we were like 28, then it'd be more reasonable. Now, all the extra experience that we got for the fighter being temporarily solo, we could have gotten pretty close to 28. Motion's still looking good. We got the Mazmune right down the hallway here. Just a couple more fights. Time for the big ones. Tiamat's hopefully not too bad. There's the problem of instant deaths, 356 chances of going through the ribbon, and that'd be really, really uncomfortable. And then you got chaos. And there's lots of things that can go wrong with chaos. Dan's gonna struggle up. Dan has never had a struggle up in his life, and you know it. That'll be our last random encounter. We can get to the stairs from here as soon as we get past this final boss. Here we go. Tiamat time. I'm going to say defense sword does not do much for me. I'm going to go offense sword. Hopefully pass goes off first. Dan takes a big hit. This is not a good start. I should move Dan back to the 4th position, but oh well. Can Dan stay alive? There's Bane. Did we get Bane? Good. That was really, really good. And that is the end for Tiamat. Okay. Temporarily scary. Should be all set here. The question is, will we have a white shirt on Dan here? Do we want the extra defense? I think the extra defense does not do much for me. White shirt would let the red mage protect the fighter here while fighter is getting prepped up. Arguably, you got time with the Cure 4 situation, whether you want to bait that out or not. 610. We got 354 on Dan, which is probably not great. All right. It's chaos time. And I'm going to bait out Cure 4. Yep, Special Relays 3 happening there. Now, while we were waiting for the bait, if we were to be so lucky, it would be lovely if somehow this worked out. Caster's using lots and lots of skills. But I don't really have a lot of things for Dan to do, other than drop some Cure 3s, hope for the best. And Dan is paralyzed, so the best is going to be not very good. We have no Dan. Okay, slow 2 if it hits Jim is in a word, bad news. Okay, it's a big swings. Dan is still paralyzed. Jim has been slow. This is bad news. And that somehow is our game being done in 4 hours, 57 minutes, and 14 seconds. We actually beat the 5-hour estimate.